Okay, good morning, everybody. Just wait for a minute. Hi, I'm Gemma Field. I'm the Associate Director of Research at the Yale Centre for British Art, and I am delighted to welcome you all to the Yale Centre for British Art Symposium, A Puritan Picture, Vanity, Morality and Race in 17th-Century Britain. Today's symposium consists of an opening talk, 3 panels, a keynote conversation, and a closing discussion. This symposium is one of the major research outputs connected to the collaborative project that we have been shepherding over the last 18 months in partnership with Compton Verney Art Gallery and Park in the UK, and centering on this painting. You see a little snippet here entitled Two Women Wearing Cosmetic Patches that was painted around 1655. Together with my colleagues Jessica David, Senior Paintings Conservator, and Ed Town, Assistant Curator of Paintings and Sculpture, I have been lucky enough to spend sustained periods of time with this painting as we conducted research, held conversations and close-looking sessions, and collectively thought through questions which allowed us to frame the painting in multiple ways. Throughout it all, we have sought to better understand how the painting functioned for its original patron and audience, to untangle the pictorial and textual registers, and to consider the ways that this painting can tell us about attitudes and experiences in 1650s Britain. I look forward to learning more in all of these areas as the symposium unfolds today. Indeed, I sincerely thank all of our speakers for taking the time to come to join us at Yale and for generously sharing their expertise with us. Collaboration has been key to this project, and a large number of people at Compton Verney, the YCBA and Yale more broadly have supported and shaped our efforts. I would especially like to thank the following: the YCBA's former director, Courtney J. Martin, an interim director, Dick Broadhead, and the 5 deputy directors, Mark Aronson, Rachel Chattelbash, Martina Droth, Beth Miller, and Berenice Safrasedid. Arabella Yip and her colleagues at Yale's Office of the General Counsel. Stephanie Wiles, the Henry J. Hines II Director, and Larry Cantor, Chief Curator, and the Lionel Goldfrank III Curator of European Art at the Yale University Art Gallery, for generously agreeing to display the conserved painting on their walls. To Richard de Fleumery and the team at the Yale School of Architecture for generously hosting yet another one of our events during the closure of our building. To Jessica David, Senior Paintings Conservator at the YCBA, who treated the painting, and to Richard Hark, Conservation Scientist at Yale's Institute for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage, who conducted the technical analysis of the painting. And last but not least, to our colleagues at Compton Verney, Geraldine Golling, Chief Executive Officer, Abigail Viner, Director of Creative Programming and Engagement, and the curatorial team of Ollie McCall, Senior Curator, and Jane Simkis, Curator, who join us here today, for giving us the opportunity to work together with you all on this remarkable painting and to have the privilege of analysing it here at Yale. I will close with a few housekeeping notes. Today's symposium is being live streamed and can be watched remotely on our YouTube channel. It is also being recorded and will be later made available on our website. For those of you joining us remotely, please email your questions for any of the speakers throughout the day to the email address ycba.research@yale.edu, which you see on the screen here too. For those of you joining us in person, please wait for the microphone during the Q&A sessions before asking your question. There are breaks scheduled throughout the day which we will announce, and there is also a full-time schedule available on our website. And now it is my pleasure to hand over to Ollie McCall, Senior Curator at Compton Verney. Thank you.
Hi, morning everybody. My name's Ollie, as just previously mentioned, and I'm Senior Curator at Compton Verney. I'm here today with Jane Simkis, our Curator. We asked 2/3 of the curatorial team at Compton Verney, and a little frazzled after a very long flight travel yesterday, so forgive me if I say anything too stupid. But we just wanted to say a few words of thanks at the outset of the day today. We are hugely appreciative at Compton Verney of all of the work that has been going on here, looking into this fascinating, intriguing painting the technical analysis, conservation work, which has given it a sort of new lease of life, and all of the research into the context within which this fascinating picture was made. And we're really looking forward to receiving the work back at Compton Verney in November and displaying it within our galleries. Really pleased to be here today. Really looking forward to all of the papers and to a discussion at the end of the afternoon, where we'll be talking in a little more depth about our plans for displaying the painting when it comes to Compton Verney. I might just wrap it up there and introduce our first speaker, Edward Town, who is Assistant Curator of Paintings and Sculpture at the Yale Centre for British Art. Edward holds a master's degree from the Royal College of Art London and a PhD from Sussex University. And his research focuses on the production of art in the early modern period and appears in numerous articles on the subject. He was an editor and contributor to Painting in Britain 1500 to 1630, British Academy 2015, and Marking Time, Objects, People and Their Lives 1500 to 1800, Yale University Press 2020. Edward.
Welcome everyone, whether joining us in person or online. Thank you very much for making it. This morning I'm going to present research undertaken at the Yale Centre for British Art over the last year on the painting we see on slide. This picture is currently on display across the road from us here at the Yale University Art Gallery until the 30th of September. And I'd encourage anyone who has the opportunity to make the trip to see it here. After which it will return, as we've heard, to its permanent home at Compton Verney in Warwickshire. The research at Yale has involved so many of the staff, but I'd like to acknowledge the work of Sarah Mead-Leonard, postdoctoral research associate, who's undertaken much of the work into the early history of the painting, and Jessica David, head of paintings conservation, who was responsible for the conservation treatment. The latter included technical analysis conducted with Yale's Institute for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage, which has provided important insights into how this painting was made. And in the time available today, I'd like to lay out some of what has been discovered, setting the scene for the exciting programme of talks that will follow today. And here is the painting going up on view at the Yale University Art Gallery, which is open Tuesday through Sunday. But where to begin with such a complicated painting about which such little is known, and that's so difficult to define? This is not a double portrait, nor is it strictly an allegory, though it has moralizing and allegorical elements to it. While it's neither signed nor dated, it bears the rhyming inscription, "I black with white bespot, you white with black. This evil proceeds from thy proud heart, then take her, devil." This prophecy seems to have been the invention of the painter or the patron, or possibly a combination of the two in collaboration. And we can see that it's derived, at least in part, from the Old Testament of the Bible, Ezekiel 28:17. In the King James Version, "Thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty." Lifted up in this context meaning made proud. So this chapter of Ezekiel is addressed to the Prince of Tyre, who, in the period, was viewed as a type of Satan in the Puritan tradition. Now, there are two questions embedded in my title today. One, is there a name that we can attach to this painting? The second, is it in fact a Puritan painting? And as we'll see, the answer to the first question might be answered by the second. As we'll hear from other speakers today, the painting relates to an illustration, upper right here, that appears in John Bulwer's 1653, The Artificial Changeling, a polemic text that railed against the use of bodily adornment, in this case, cosmetic patches worn on the face. Bulwer was at pains in his text to distance what he thought were artificial changes to the body from godly Christian behavior by associating these practices with the customs of those from outside of Europe. And that's what we can see on this spread here. The painter also seems to have consulted Bulwer's earlier text, The Natural Language of the Hand, which describes the reprimanding gesture used in the painting as one that was supposed to strike terror into the recipient. I've just pointed it out there. So this painting was one that was supposed to scare its audience. Judging from the style of the clothing, jewellery and hair worn by the women, we can date the painting to the middle years of the 1650s. But besides this, there's very little to help us. In 1949, the then owner of the painting, Lord Kenyon, wrote into Country Life magazine. Lord Kenyon was a trustee of the National Portrait Gallery, but he came from an old gentry family from Lancashire who'd moved their country seat to the neighbouring county of Shropshire. In his letter, he sent in a photograph of the painting, which we can see at the top here, seeking help about a painting of which had been in his family's possession for, quote, many years, but of which I have no real explanation. The following month, Lord Lee of Stoneleigh in Warwickshire wrote in, describing a similar painting in his description, which is inscribed, and you can't really see this in the image, but helpfully it was transcribed in the letter. Repent. Repent tomorrow. Tomorrow, madam, is another day. It is none of yours. You must tonight away. The whereabouts of this second painting has not been established as part of this study, but to judge from the photo and the description provided by Lord Lee, it was the product of the same mind, containing the same formula of rhyming prophecy that warns against the perceived dangers of vanity. And again, it's cosmetic patches here that are under scrutiny. Following this back and forth in the pages of Country Life in the late 1940s, there seems to have been no further discussion of the painting. And, in the absence of further documentary evidence, it's necessary to look to the painting itself for clues as to how it was made. X-ray fluorescence scanning provides us with an elemental map of the painting, revealing the distribution of various pigments used by the painter. In this first map, which shows us the distribution of lead, we can see where the artist deployed lead white. We can also see that the painting was extended on three sides, most noticeably at the bottom here. So beneath this line, the painting was made larger by about 2.5 inches. It's unclear when this happened, but this intervention must have been done a considerable period after the painting was made, possibly as part of a lining process, and possibly also so it could fit into the mid-18th century frame it's now housed within. This frame is of a type seen on other paintings sold from the Kenyon collection in 2021, when this picture entered the art market. And this supports the idea that the painting had been in family possession for centuries, possibly as far back as the mid-17th century when it was made. Now, further scans provide a thoroughgoing record of the working methods of the painter. And here, I find this all very interesting. This is copper, and we can see that that bottom strip was prepared by the artist originally, but then folded over the stretcher, only to be reclaimed by another artist at a later date. And here we're seeing iron. But this is the most interesting one. This is mercury. And this corresponds to the use of vermilion, that vibrant and synthetic pigment which is used liberally in the flesh of the woman on the left, the woman with her hand raised, reprimanding the woman on the right. Now, this is surprising to us. It's not what we expect to see, because painting manuals of the period do not recommend the use of vermilion in such quantities. Instead, they state that earth pigments, such as ochres, should be used to describe the skin tones of darker skinned subjects, such as the woman who describes herself as black in this painting. Now, what does this tell us? Nothing conclusive, but it does suggest the painter was operating outside of the sphere of influence of the metropolitan painters such as Sir Peter Lilly, whose studio practice shaped the content of those painting manuals I just described. Where then might we look for this mystery painter amongst the artists active in Britain during this period? It has to be said that painting in Britain in the mid-17th century, especially during the interregnum, has not received the scholarly attention it deserves. I think this is a shame, because this was a dynamic period in the history of British art, not least because between 1640 and 1650 there was a marked rise in the number of women making art, who, for the first time, were able to establish successful painting practices in London. But today, I want to talk about a painter who worked outside of London. This painter had several names, but is known today as Jerome Hesketh, Jerome being a religious name given to him when he was professed as a Benedictine monk at Douai in northern France in 1643. And here I've just mapped out a brief biography of this intriguing character. For the next 2.5 decades, Hesketh lived a double life as painter and priest, making paintings and ministering Mass to Roman Catholic families across the northwest of England. What I've illustrated on the left is an incredible object now in the care of Stonyhurst College in Lancashire. It's a pedlar's chest with a compartment that housed the vestments, altar stone and chalice for celebrating Mass, and it was discovered in the walls of a Catholic home in the Ribble Valley in rural Lancashire, which is the setting for much of the story that follows. But first we have to travel to Oxford. Hesketh first comes into view as a painter in 1643, so just after he's professed as a monk in northern France, he returns to England. And we find him as an assistant to William Dobson, the painter to Charles I. And as we know, Dobson ran his studio out of St. John's College in Oxford. It's likely that Hesketh assisted, or at the very least saw William Dobson make this portrait of the Royalist commander, Lord Byron, and an unknown attendant that year, and as such would have been aware of a black presence in the retinues of aristocratic families in Oxford. This is where the exiled court resided until 1646, when the city fell to parliamentary forces and Dobson returned to London, where he died in poverty later that year. Hesketh emerges as a painter in his own right in the following year, by which point he'd returned to Lancashire, the county of his birth, from where he moved from house to house, making portraits for royalist families, many of whom were Roman Catholics. Hesketh routinely signed his work with a monogram J.H., though the J is subtly incorporated into the H. And this is often discreetly placed towards the bottom of the composition, making it very vulnerable to loss during the campaigns of lining and relining that are part and parcel of the history of any painting of this period. A series of pictures of the Walmsley family of Duncanhalgh in Lancashire, which Jessica and I recently travelled to see, can be attributed to Hesketh on stylistic grounds, and likely only survive there in situ because they were set into the fabric of the building. The largest concentration of works by Hesketh are to be found in the south of Lancashire, at Lyme Park in Cheshire, now in the care of the National Trust. They show both Hesketh's debt to Dobson and the idiosyncrasies of his style, which relied heavily on strong contrasts, dramatic highlights, and sharp silhouettes to convey form. One of the signature characteristics of his approach to painting is drapery, which cascades in unlikely, incongruent folds that bear close comparison to those seen in the painting of two women wearing cosmetic patches. Also at Lyme are a series of large paintings, these are on a really ambitious scale, that include the unusual bacchanal procession, which I'm illustrating on the upper right, led by a black child on a goat. So to me, this has the feeling of being derived from a print source, but I've been unable to sort of find the right one. But surely this is a painting deserving of further study, especially in relation to questions of racial representation in Britain in the mid-17th century. So all of these paintings I've just shown you were made for families in Lancashire and its neighbouring counties in the northwest of England. During this period, this was a remote and, in places, deprived area of the country, whose rural gentry remained largely loyal to the king's cause during the Civil War and retained their Roman Catholicism. Although the area would be transformed in the following century by the wealth from mining, industry, and the profits of the slaving port of Liverpool, the economy in Lancashire in the mid-17th century was dominated by cattle rearing, arable farming, with many families subsidising their income, working cloth from home. There was not, as was increasingly the case in London, a visible black presence in the county. However, visual evidence from the period shows that gentry families from Lancashire with links to London and the southeast, such as the Lees of Lyme Park, had begun to take on black household servants. And the example I'm showing here is a portrait attributed to John Hales of Anne Coventry, who married into the family at Lyme Park, and an unknown attendant, one of the earliest depictions of a white woman with a black child that would become an established trope of British portraiture over the course of the following century. How can we further unpick a painting which ostensibly pushes against these compositional and racial hierarchies seen in portraiture of the period? One approach I've found profitable is to think through how this composition was put together by the artist. Now, in its size, although the size has changed subtly, it basically conforms to a standard 25 by 30 format used for bust-length portraiture, though turning it into a landscape format posed a series of compositional problems for the painter. So this is what the artist has had to have done. How to fit two figures into a space normally designated for one. And here, a signed work by Jerome Hesketh from 1655 helps us follow this process. To fit two bodies into one space, the painter had to crop from both the bottom and the sides of an established compositional formula. Once this had been done, a mirror image could be derived from the first figure. And I think it's telling that all of Hesketh's portraits of white women, true portraits, they face left, reinforcing the idea that a white woman was supposed to see herself in the painting of two women wearing cosmetic patches. So this solution that we're seeing here was far from perfect, because the two figures abut awkwardly at the arm. And we can see this same awkwardness in the painting of two women with cosmetic patches. Whether you buy the argument for Hesketh's involvement on this basis or not, I have no doubt that the painter responsible for this painting was someone who was a portraitist first and foremost. But there's also strong circumstantial evidence for Hesketh's involvement through his links to the Kenyon family, namely Roger Kenyon of Reed Hall and his wife, Alice Rigby. So I'm showing you Alice Rigby's family. Now, this is a complicated family, quite typical of the period. We've got both royalists and parliamentarians in this family, Catholics and Puritans, offering marrying. Roger and Alice married in 1567, so exactly around the time the painting was made. And it had been a harrowing decade. Earlier in the century, Alice had lost her grandparents, but also from the 1640s onwards, she lost a sister, her father, her aunt, her mother, another sister, to the point where only her grandmother remained alive. The other family member who had an influence on Alice's living situation was Joseph Rigby, who we see on the left there. Now, Joseph Rigby was a parliamentary officer and a poet, very much a product of his time, who penned a series of Puritan tracts. And I'm going to show in the next slide one of his unpublished poems. But before doing so, I want to give everyone fair warning. The image displays derogatory language that may cause offence. But the reason for showing this is I think it provides a very visceral context for the violent message contained within the painting of two women. One of Joseph Rigby's responsibilities as a clerk of the peace in the area was to preside over local sessions courts. And as we can see from the excerpt from the proceedings of this court, much of the business week on week was what they describe as bastardy cases. And that is the provision for impoverished children whose plight was blamed upon the perceived moral failings of women. And I think this is an important context. But there's a further context I'd like to suggest before I bring this talk to a close. Joseph Rigby did not retain control of his niece Alice Rigby, who went to live in her grandmother's home at Great Merley in the parish of Welly. So let's just see if I can... So they are living here, between these two places here. Here, Alice lived in the shadow of Pendle Hill, famous for the ubiquitous witch trials that had ubiquitous and eponymous witch trials that had made national news and tested King James's attempts to define demonology within the law. The two sets of trials, one under James in 1612, the other under his son, Charles I, in 1633 to 34, implicated several of Alice Rigby's older relatives, who also served as justices of the peace. These were men who sentenced women from the area to the Lancaster gallows. One of the major features of the 1633 witch trial had been that the king's physicians had been brought in to inspect the bodies of women for unusual marks, evidence of the workings of the devil. The feminist critic, Sandra Gilbert, defines witchcraft as, quote, a culturally stylized channel into which excess demonically flows, excess desire, excess rage. And I think this is what we're seeing in the painting of two women wearing cosmetic patches. Nicholas Breton's 1616 book of character types, The Good and the Bad. In this text, a wanton woman is, quote, the figure of imperfection, in nature an ape, in quality a wagtail, in countenance a witch, and in condition a kind of devil. In her choice of words, the woman on the left speaks in what I see as a deliberate set of juxtaposed opposites. I black with white bespot, you white with black. This was opposition for its own sake, a piece of preposterous inversion akin to witchcraft itself, which, in Western culture, is the most extreme example of oppositionalism. It would make sense, therefore, that the painting came from the crucible of accusations of black magic and witchcraft in Lancashire, made from a family involved in the persecution of witches, and by an artist whose religiosity would have filled his mind with binaries, resulting in a painting that acted like a mirror, revealing truths about the world by reading it backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. A brilliant start to our day. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to introduce the chair of our very first panel, Elizabeth Cleland, who is curator of post-medieval European textiles at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. In addition to the long-running Met installation entitled Relative Values, The Cost of Art in the Northern Renaissance, which ran from 2017 to 2022, she curated the exhibitions Peter Koch van Aalst and Renaissance Tapestry in 2014 and Catherine de Medici's Valois Tapestries in 2019. Most recently, she curated, along with Adam Eaker, The Tudors, Art and Majesty in Renaissance England, which just closed last year. She has published widely on early modern tapestries and velvets, and I'm delighted to welcome her to the podium. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Gemma, and thank you, Ed, for that fantastic start to the day. I'm really excited to be here and thrilled that we can learn more about this extraordinary painting. So, welcome to today's first panel, exploring the theme of women, dress, and morality. This session will consider visual and textual ideals of female beauty and behavior in the 17th century, and will be touching on the construction of otherness, political and gendered visions of clothing, and inclinations to control women's bodies and lives. So speaking first is Jennifer Wu. Her paper is entitled Addressing Conventions, Clothing, Gender and Race in Two Women Wearing Cosmetic Patches. Jennifer is adjunct professorial lecturer at the American University in Washington, D.C., and she's also a Folger Institute short-term research fellow for 2024 to 25, currently working on a book chapter on Hans Holbein the Younger's Sir Thomas More family portrait. She received her PhD in art history from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill in 2023. And her research has been supported by the Paul Mellon Center, the Yale Center for British Art, and the Royster Society of Fellows. Next, Gemma Field will explore striped cloth, morality, politics, and gender in interregnum England. Gemma is, of course, Associate Director of Research at the Yale Center for British Art, right here in New Haven, and contributing editor of British Art Studies. Her current book project examines the politics of the dressed body and the power of material legacy through the wardrobe goods of King Charles I. She's published articles in Costume, Northern Studies, The Court Historian, and Women's History Review. And her first monograph, which centered on Anne of Denmark, was published by Manchester University Press in 2020. And finally, Hiachao Wang will present Beauty Beyond Borders, English Perceptions of Strange Beauty in the 17th Century. Hiachao is a PhD student at the University of Warwick. Her thesis, entitled Contours of Womanhood, Women's Beauty, Emotion and Identity in 17th Century England, is funded by the China Scholarship Council University of Warwick Award. This research aims to provide a comprehensive analysis of the key elements associated with physical beauty in early modern England. Hiachao graduated with an MA distinction in medieval and Renaissance studies from the University College London. Prior to this, she completed a BA in World History at Renmin University of China, receiving a first-class honours degree. So after our three speakers have presented, there'll be time for a question and answer session. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to announce Jennifer.
Good morning. My presentation today is called Addressing Convention, Clothing, Gender, and Race in Two Women Wearing Cosmetic Patches. The enigmatic depiction of the figures in the painting, Two Women Wearing Cosmetic Patches, circa 1655, create a polysemic site of critical inquiry. The women are reflections of each other and portrayed in similar sophisticated and expensive attire, fashionable hairstyles, and pearl jewelry. The cosmetic patches that mark their faces are also near mirror images. Yet one of the women is Black, and she wears a dress made out of striped fabric and is adorned with a set of earrings. She also appears to be gesturing at her companion. Perhaps, therefore, their social status is not so parallel after all. In my paper, I enter the field of signification in this painting by focusing on the Black female figure. I approach the painting by examining the long-standing conventions in artistic production and exploring how the artists of this work may have innovated or adapted other visual models for this unusual painting. I also consider how the striped clothing of the Black woman semiotically marks marginality and morality. A multifaceted approach to this remarkable picture is needed in order to uncover its possible meanings and its potential for productive critical debate today. I will start my analysis with the iconography of striped clothing and earrings in the tradition of early modern art. I will then elaborate on the iconography of the pearls, which are worn by both women. In the second half, I will pivot to the influence of portrait convention and print sources. I am providing a framework and fleshing it out with possibilities to support further inquiry. I begin by tracing the significance of striped clothing and earrings as markers of otherness through some visual examples. Representations of striped clothing have long been associated with marginalized figures in society, including heretics, prostitutes, and the sick. These visual conventions have a somewhat nebulous origin in the medieval period. Michel Pastoureau traces the stigma of striped clothing to association with the devil, with the Antichrist. In late medieval Paris and throughout Europe, the mendicant order of Carmelites was considered social outcasts and was ostracized for the boldly striped cloaks. The Carmelites' refusal to give up the striped clothing created significant confrontation with multiple popes who called out their transgressive apparel. Eventually, Pope Boniface VIII instituted a ban on striped clothing for all religious orders by 1287. We can ask initial probing questions as to whether there is a connection between the visual tradition of striped clothing and the inscription in Two Women. Quote, "I black with white bespot, you white with black this evil. Proceeds from thy proud heart, then take her, devil." Late medieval illuminated manuscripts underscore the moral failings of figures garbed in stripes. In a biblical scene in the Canterbury Psalter, circa 1200, Salome is dressed in bold horizontal stripes while presenting John the Baptist's head on a platter. The black male figure who accompanies Salome is shown with the physical characteristics of an African. He carries a massive sword and stands next to the decapitated body as a morally tainted figure. The pairing of the young woman wearing stripes and the black executioner enhances the didactic message of sinfulness and evil. In the 17th century, Titian prominently displays a black female attendant wearing stripes in the mythological scene of Diana and Actaeon. On the one hand, the black female is allocated to the far right of the painting. She is a foil for Diana's nudity and whiteness. On the other hand, the black attendant's body is muscular and her facial features are well defined. The individualistic and distinctive qualities of the figure may have been based on Titian's live observation of a model. In fact, the black attendant is the only female figure in Diana's group who is dressed. She wears a striped garment, a large pendant earring made of a precious gem, such as coral, and a matching brooch. This striking outfit suggests that the attendant has an elevated status within Diana's group of companions. Her active and protective gesture, her proximity to Diana, and her clothing attest to her importance in the scene. The red and white striped cloth and the single earring together add nuances to our readings of the black attendant, who was at once marginalized but also closely associated with Diana. As seen in Titian's painting, both stripes and earrings are devices that serve as markers of otherness. Earrings have been integral to representations of blacks and Jews in northern paintings in the 15th century. Penny Howard-Jolly argues that such early depictions of blacks and Jews in some northern religious paintings convey ambiguous meanings. In the Rogier van der Weyden's Columba altarpiece, the earrings worn by the black figure in the background and the turban Jew signal their otherness as non-believers. However, the inclusion of these figures in the scene and the privileged viewing of the Christ child indicate that they are accepted as part of the narrative and therefore could be converted to Christianity. In the 16th century, other forms of art, including small-scale objects, also depicted black figures with earrings. The littered drinking vessel of an African was commissioned by the Strozzi family in Florence and made by Christoph Jamnitzer in Nuremberg. The vessel displays a headband, an elaborate headdress, and 2 earrings made of shell, although one of the earrings is now lost. The man has a blend of idealized and naturalistic facial features. According to Lorenzo Selig, it is unclear whether Jamnitzer worked from a black model, but the object was not intended as a portrait. Likewise, the figures in Two Women may have been based on live models, but the function of the painting does not align with that of portraiture. Cameos of black women at the end of the 16th century maximized the dark richness of the stone and precious materials. The one shown here by the Mizzaroni workshop displays an attached pearl drop earring that highlights the difference in colors and physical properties of the object. In contrast between the contrast between the black skin tone and the white pearl resembles that in two women. The woman in the cameo is dressed in luxury and reflects the European belief in the abundance and wealth of Africa in the form of gold, ivory, and other natural resources. The depiction of blacks with earrings in European art is not only an aesthetic choice, but also one that reflects this historical perception of Africa. The two female figures in Two Women Wearing Cosmetic Patches are dressed in the latest styles with low necklines, full sleeves, and bare sloping shoulders. However, the artist deliberately selected a striped pattern for the black woman's dress and accentuated her visage with earrings. This adherence to established iconography was intended to clarify the moralizing messages in the painting about sinfulness and vanity. Within the analysis of striped clothing and earrings, the choice of pearls as the gem worn by both women is anchored in the historical context of the 16th and 17th century fashion. Pearls were luxury objects that have been traded since antiquities. However, European contact with the New World dramatically increased pearl fishing, which eventually was supported through slave labor. The popularity of pearls depicted in paintings reflects the insatiable cultural and economic demand for these gems. The reiterated motif of pearls in Two Women may also carry symbolic weight. In British and Dutch paintings, pearls were often shown in both allegories and portraits. The painting Faith by David Teniers is also known as an allegory of wisdom triumphing over vanity. A female figure is wearing a long strand of pearls. She touches her pearl earring as she turns her head upward towards heaven. Eddie de Jong explained that the two descriptors do not necessarily contradict each other, and the connotations of pearls remain multivalent. Positive and negative qualities attributed to pearls could be traced to biblical sources. The parable of the pearl of great price in the Gospel of Matthew tells the story of a merchant who sold all of his possessions to obtain a precious pearl, which is a metaphor for the kingdom of heaven. In contrast, the book of Revelation links the pearl with excess and evil with the whore of Babylon, who wears gold and pearls and rides a beast with multiple heads and horns. As with the striped clothing and earrings, these motifs sometimes carry contradictory meanings. De Jong argues that an iconographic interpretation of the pearls is more clearly discernible in allegorical paintings rather than portraits. In this vein, Two Women Wearing Cosmetic Patches can also be read as a moralizing image that is not based on actual sitters and not intended as portraits. De Jong's analysis of Teniers' Faith helps to anchor the symbolic meanings associated with pearls in Two Women. The iconography of the pearls supports the inscription on the painting as a warning against vanity. The pearls worn by both the black women contrast the pearl's many connotations. The unknown artist of this painting selectively rendered pearls for both their aesthetic and symbolic qualities. For the white female figure, the creamy luster of the pearl equates with the woman's luminous and unblemished skin. The artist, however, complicates the meaning of the pearl jewelry by assigning the earring to the black woman, which follows the visual trope of marking blackness. To continue a multi-pronged approach to this painting, I am now turning to alternative lenses. I will analyze the influence of portrait convention and print in Two Women. The artist's experimentations and departures from these modes may yield insights into the meaning of the painting. The representation of the black woman in our painting is highly unusual and difficult to place within visual tradition. I will start by approaching portrait convention and the topos of the mistress or master and the black servant. Paul Kaplan noted that Titian Laura Dianti is the first portrait that presents a black page. The painting reflects the historical presence of Africans who worked as domestic servants in Italy, and also a growing desire of the patron to feature these servants alongside themselves. The boy in this painting wears a colorful striped livery and earrings associated with black domestic servants. The young boy gazes intently at his mistress, and in turn, Laura Dianti places her hand on the boy's shoulder. These gestures and poses reflect the complexity of the relationship between the two figures. Titian's Laura Dianti created an influential portrait type. The trope carried over in variations in 17th-century portraits in England and throughout Europe. Anthony van Dyck's Princess Henrietta of Lorraine depicts the page in a red velvet outfit with gold embroidered trim. Gilbert Jackson's black servant in the portrait of Florence Smith smiled with pearl white teeth and wears sharply contrasting stripes. Peter Lilly's portrait of Elizabeth Murray emphasizes the luminous cream-colored shirt and the pearl drop earring of the young black servant. In contrast to these depictions of black pages and servants, portraits of female sitters yield other insights into portrait convention. These paintings suggest that the striped clothing does not always offer iconographic readings. By the 16th and 17th centuries, some independent portraits present female sitters wearing striped clothing. Portraits range from Anne of Cleves by Bertha Brun to an unknown Venetian woman painted by Titian, and also a late 17th century British school painting of a young girl. These depictions of female sitters in striped clothing were likely responsive to the current fashion and cultural influences of the region and historical period. These paintings are exacting in detail and documentary in function, which suggests that the garments were actually worn by the sitters. So far, my analysis of mistresses and their black servants and those of individual female sitters provides some points of comparison in portrait mode to two women wearing cosmetic patches. Yet neither type fits easily with the painting under analysis. Within these unique parameters, there are some unexpected reversals of gender norms in the composition. For instance, the bright stripes worn by young male domestic servants are modified in the black woman's dress in a more refined pattern with thin multicolored stripes against a white background. I will apply an alternative method to explore the double portrait and how the format is repurposed for a different function and context. The double portrait is typically reserved for the portrayal and commemoration of married or betrothed couples. In some cases, it may also show relatives or friends. As a point of comparison, the portrait of a couple dated 1610 at the Louvre shows compositional similarities with two women. Both paintings show the figures in half-length with inward-turning bodies, and the centrality of the hands is typical of the genre. Interestingly, the black female figure in Two Women occupies the right side of the painting, which was traditionally occupied by the husband in a marital portrait. She is authoritative. She speaks the moralizing script and points to her counterpart. Although Two Women is not a double portrait, the implementation of this format makes the painting contemporary and accessible to the viewer. Finally, I turn to visual resources available as print and book illustrations, which were part of the cultural milieu, along with Two Women. These sources closely tie in the didactic and moralizing text from the mid-17th century to the painting. A page from the compendium Anthropometamorphosis, dated 1650, shows a pairing and contrast between a black woman and a white woman wearing cosmetic patches on their faces. The author John Bulwer complained that the English ladies borrowed these vain practices of spotting their faces from barbarians. Similarly, Francis Harkin's translation for New Edition Unto Youth Behavior circa 1652, utilizes the over-framing and half-length portrait-like representation, virtue and vice of female personification that encourages a comparison of similar and contrasting details. Virtue wears a cloak that covers her hair and body, while vice wears a daring, low-cut gown and cosmetic patches. Print sources such as these offer a visual template for the artist of two women to utilize portrait-like convention in a moralizing painting. In sum, our painting remains mysterious and defies definitive conclusions. It seems likely, however, that the artist was familiar with the wide range of visual sources in paintings, prints, and decorative objects. So several iconographic elements and pictorial conventions in two women can help us pose tentative readings. These readings lead us to larger lessons of how artists who can resourcefully adapt and innovate upon tradition can produce meanings in new contexts. Meanwhile, at a more specific and concrete level, there are pressing questions that remain to be pursued, such as who was the patron of this painting, who is the intended viewer, and where might it be displayed. Knowing such information may provide clues to the questions of artistic production and convention. I hope that this paper is a small contribution to our understanding of this painting. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jennifer Wu. And we'll save questions then for the end of the panel. So now it's my pleasure to call up Gemma Field.
I'm becoming very familiar, I realize that. And you'll see more of me throughout the day. So, let's see. Okay. So I just want to make a slight statement that my paper does include some period language, and this is offensive to modern audiences. So please bear that in mind. In the 1653 edition of Anthrometamorphosis, John Bulwer asserted that black patches are notoriously known to have been the primitive invention of the barbarous painter-stainers of India, a statement that he illustrated with an image of a white woman and a black woman wearing a configuration of face patches that you see here. Elsewhere in his publication, Bulwer connected the practice to the Americas and Africa, noting that our English ladies have borrowed some of their cosmetical conceits from barbarous nations. And he emphatically concluded that patching was as odious and as senseless an affectation as ever used by any barbarous nation in the world. For Bulwer, the art of face painting and the use of patches was a foreign fashion carried out by non-Christian people of colour in faraway lands. It was a corrupting contagion that threatened English values and identity. A number of scholars have noted the close visual relationship between Bulwer's woodcut and this painting, and for my purposes today, it is important to recognise that xenophobic panic lies at the heart of both images. Using pictorial and textual tools, this painting associates patching with blackness. It tells us that white Englishwomen whose vanity compels them to adopt the practice of patching will end up with the devil. By extension, such vanity the painting intones will blur the boundaries of race, nation, and religion, thereby further destabilising English society. My talk discusses these issues by focusing on the striped cloth worn by the woman of colour. It sets the striped cloth within the overall moralising message of the painting and within the wider socio-political and religious context of interregnum England to consider how this painting may have originally functioned and for whom. We know that this painting is not a portrait of two individuals, but a generalised image of mid-17th century fashionable English womanhood. Yet contemporary portraiture is critical to our ability to understand the meaning of this artwork, for it uses established modes of pictorial self-fashioning for its moralising effect. Dated portraits from the 1650s, including the pairing that you see here, show us that women were almost unequivocally portrayed wearing plain, monochromatic fabrics that suggest the lustrous sheen of silk textiles. They tell us that necklines were low and scooped, just skimming the shoulders, and that bulbous sleeves were worn short to reveal the wrists and part of the forearm. Ringlets were de rigueur, and hair was invariably worn half up, leaving curls to graze the shoulders and frame the face. This painting largely follows these trends, but there is one pointed difference: the striped garment worn by the woman of colour. The painterly approach is not precise enough to give a definitive identification of the textile. However, I suggest that the painter has tried to indicate a specific type of striped cloth, one that was patterned on the loom. And I'd like to thank Elizabeth Cleland from the Met and Ned Cook from Yale University for discussing some of the textile possibilities and concomitant sites of production and trade networks with me. Looking to the pictorial record, to my knowledge, this striped garment does not find any visual parallel with extant portraits of white English women painted in the 1650s or the 1660s. It is also the one aspect of the painting that is not mirrored between the two women. So why was a decision made to show her in a gown conspicuously striped with green and red? What meanings were inscribed within this cloth, and how were the patron and the wider audience of this painting supposed to read it? In the European visual tradition, striped textiles were used as a signifier of otherness. Writing about the representation of gypsies in the 15th century, Erwin Pokorny defines a distinguishing detail of their portrayal being the striped patterns in their garments. As Pokorny observes, striped textiles did not denote one specific ethnic, religious, or cultural group, but were repeatedly used in 15th and 16th century tapestries, drawings, paintings, and woodcuts to clothe a diverse range of people that included Arabs, Egyptians, Indians, Muslims, and Turks. A clear example is this series of early 16th century tapestries produced in Tournai that depict processions or camps that take place in exoticized settings and bear exoticizing titles. Crucially, as Elizabeth Cleland notes, European courtiers and elite figures appear in these scenes wearing recognizably European styles of dress, wrought from monochromatic fabrics or patterned brocades, or they wear armour. They are therefore pointedly juxtaposed against so-called exotic others, who are marked out by their different styles of dress, which is frequently made from distinctive striped textiles. In all of these images, striped cloth can be seen as an example of what Richard Brilliant has termed an ethnographic notation. That is, it is a visual signifier that elides ethnic, religious, geographic, and cultural specificity in favour of a general strangeness, to use his word. The striped cloth is operating as a visual shorthand for non-Christians, or what early modern European Christians referred to as pagans, infidels, heathens, or barbarians. Brilliant's argument has been extended by Michel Pastoureau, who in his book on the history of stripes categorically asserts that it was degrading in the medieval Western world to wear striped clothes. He further declares that striped cloth was a visual sign indicating a deviation and was reserved for people who practiced trades considered degrading, prostitutes, executioners, and jugglers. And it was also worn by people who were deemed traitorous, outcast, or miscreant, such as lepers, heretics, and criminals. In all, striped cloth was a sartorial marker of difference that set the wearer apart from established socio-cultural norms. Looking to 17th century British portraiture, I argue that striped fabric does perform an othering function, but it does so within two very different modes of representation. The first mode sees striped textiles appear in double portraits, clothing people of colour who are depicted in the service of white people. The striped cloth is combined with particularities of gaze, gesture, and pose to produce a visual language of polarity. Serving imperialist concepts of racial superiority, these paintings construct one body as powerful, wealthy, and virtuous, and they cast the other body as subservient. Just as striped fabrics historically clothed visual representations of Arabs, Gypsies, and Egyptians, here too it is a sartorial marker of religious, social, cultural, and ethnic difference. These attendants, the paintings tell us, are not English, and they are not Protestant. Concurrently, though, we find wealthy English and Scotsmen commissioning portraits of themselves dressed in striped textiles. One of the earliest and most well-known examples of this mode of portrayal is this portrait of William Fielding, Earl of Denbigh, by Anthony van Dyck. Painted around 1634, the portrait commemorates the 2 years that Denbigh spent travelling through parts of India under the auspices of the East India Company. The portrait is an intermingling of the domestic and the foreign, the mythic and the real. Denbigh wears items from the English wardrobe with the lace-edged linen shirt and high-heeled black leather shoes, together with items from the Asian wardrobe, with the jacket and pyjama of rose-pink silk that are narrowly but emphatically striped with gold. As scholars have recognised, Denbigh strikes a commanding presence. He is the great colonial traveller dominating a fictional, exoticised landscape that is populated with profitable commodities drawn from South Asia and South America: coconuts, parrots, a young Indian servant, and silk textiles. Importantly, real textiles were also a feature of Denbigh's travels and something he took care to record. Of the few words that he penned about his travels was that he brought 17 pieces of cloth back to England. Woven in Masisuliputnam on the Coromandel coast, this cloth, I argue, was most likely of a very fine grade of cotton that could have been plain white, patterned on the loom, or hand-painted. Denbigh's use of the term pieces literally means piece goods, indicating a piece of cloth woven to a standardised length. Depending on the exact type of cloth, each piece could have feasibly been between 19 to 25 yards in length and around 1 yard in breadth. Denbigh also noted that he was returning with one finished garment, a coat that he described as pagan. This descriptive term pointedly locates the garment within the realm of its geographic production. It was made in Mughal India by Hindu or Muslim hands. The geographic and religious identity of the garment is central to the English approach to Indian textiles in this period more broadly, and is a point I will return to. Denbigh's outfit, as we see here, comprises one sign among many of the sitter's masculine dominance over distant lands, peoples, customs, and goods. In this way, it underwrites his adventurous spirit, maritime prowess, and expansive networks of access. Other men later chose to be commemorated wearing Indian textiles and styles too, but never travelled beyond Western Europe. Two such examples are the architect William Bruce and the playwright Thomas Sidsurf, who you see here. They are representative of a group of aspirant men who, in the words of Beverly Lemire, were enamoured with the curiosities brought to Europe from far afield, intellectually intrigued by the rarities of nature or the beautiful manufactures from the East. This new masculine ethos has been termed virtuoso culture, and by the mid-17th century, men signalled their belonging to this group by wearing clothes drawn from the Asian wardrobe. British access to Indian textiles steadily increased throughout the 17th century. Under the auspices of the East India Company, textiles from India were imported in ever larger quantities to meet a seemingly insatiable demand. Much of the market's success stemmed from the unparalleled proficiency of Indian artisans to produce textiles in wide varieties of quality, texture, colour, pattern, and size. They could be patterned on the loom, hand-painted, embroidered, or block-printed. They could be manufactured from cotton, silk, or a blend of animal and plant fibres, as well as often containing metal-wrapped threads. They were dyed in a rainbow of shades and hues that were both light-fast and washable. There was nothing comparable, in short, being produced in Europe, and British consumers marvelled at the brightness and fastness of colours, at the intricacy of the designs, and at the sheer diversity of weave and decoration. Importantly, this trade did not centre on England. And although beyond the scope of this paper, I want to acknowledge that it was part of a much larger trade network. The East India Company shipped fabrics that were mainly manufactured in Bengal, Gujarat, and the Coromandel coast to England, where a portion was sold to the domestic market. Another portion of the imported cloth was sold to the Levant Company for re-export into North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, and yet another portion was sold to the Guinea Company and to individual English merchants and slavers to be traded into West Africa. Each of these markets was shaped by divergent consumer demands. The British, for example, favoured cloth with a white ground adorned with geometric patterns or botanical motifs. By comparison, the African consumer market overwhelmingly favoured textiles that were loom woven in stripes or checks. Relatedly, this connects to a broader argument about the intricate connection between striped cloth and the African body that was to last for centuries in the pictorial record. And I am, of course, simplifying here, but I want to make it clear that the East India Company successfully exploited consumer desires in multiple markets, and that they were only able to do so because of the astounding technical proficiency of Indian artisans. Returning to the British domestic market, certain colours and patterns of Indian cloth proved particularly popular, but generally speaking, the prime concern was that the cloth contained an aura of Oriental exoticism, to use a phrase coined by Beverly Lemire. It was this so-called exoticism that denoted the wearer's intellectual and creative faculty, their sophistication and their cosmopolitanism. And yet, while some Scots and Englishmen happily embraced Asian fabrics and styles, such as Thomas Sidsurf that we have just seen, Indian cloth was a polemic commodity. As demand steadily increased, the trade became indelibly attached to a social conservatism and an economic and xenophobic nationalism. In the words of Kristen Brooks, and you see her quote up here, of particular concern was a loss or dilution of English national identity through the imitation of foreign habits and styles and the purchase of foreign goods, especially articles of clothing. Held responsible for the popularity of Indian cloth in England, the East India Company faced mounting criticism. Already by 1621, the condemnation was strong enough that Thomas Munn, director of the East India Company, felt compelled to publish a defence. In it, he acknowledged an uncomfortable paradox. The trade in Indian cottons was necessary for the economic prosperity of England, but it was dangerous for the English consumer. The perceived danger of Indian cloth arose, according to Munn, from it being the manufacture of infidels. Crafted by Hindu or Muslim hands, Munn and many contemporaries feared that such pagan cloth, as they saw it, would infect the English Christian body and dismantle the social hierarchy. Thus, the very exoticism that appealed to the likes of Denby, Bruce, Sidsurf, and countless men and women throughout the British Isles was a potent source of panic for others. So with all this in mind, I return to this painting to ask, what role does the striped fabric play here? Why would a mid-17th century English person want a moralising painting that lambasts female vanity by attacking textiles and cosmetic practices associated with people in faraway lands and in other cultures? How did they read and understand this painting? These questions are, of course, partly about patronage. And while we currently lack definitive documentary evidence about the patron, I want to close this paper by considering what we do know and how we might tie this together with some of the strands I've been talking about to better understand the original role and purpose of this painting. It was likely purchased, as we heard from Ed, by Roger Kenyon in the 1650s and possibly around the time of his marriage to Alice Rigby in 1657. The Kenyon and Rigby families hailed from small towns near Preston in Lancashire. Both families belonged to the gentry class. They were wealthy landowners and they were active in local politics. With their marriage in 1657, Roger and Alice moved to Peel Hall, their new family home in Cheshire, which was part of Alice Rigby's inheritance. And it is for Alice, I suggest, that this painting makes most sense. Certainly, the painting's focus on moral rectitude and the afterlife held personal relevance for Alice, for she had lost all three siblings and both of her parents in the previous decade. Moreover, the instructional nature of this painting was appropriate to her new position as the female head of household. The didactic role of visual and material culture in post-Reformation England has been well documented by scholars such as Tara Hamling. Focusing on the domestic space, Hamling emphatically demonstrates how word and image continue to govern people's moral and spiritual lives. For example, paintings such as the Parable of Lazarus reminded householders of their responsibility to give charity to the poor, while scenes from the story of the prodigal son, like the one you see here, cautioned people against indulgence or counselled them to seek forgiveness. One early Stuart decorative scheme in the bedchamber at Burton Agnes Hall in East Yorkshire is particularly suggestive of the ways in which the painting of two women feasibly operated. The bedchamber contains a carved decorative scheme featuring allegorical and religious figures personifying the virtues of patience, truth, and constancy, as well as the vices of tribulation and fraud. Occupied by the female head of household, Elizabeth Throckmorton, the bedchamber scheme was supposed to remind her of the traits she should cultivate and those she should eschew. Likewise, for Alice Rigby, this painting provided her with behavioural guidance through word and image. Of course, we don't categorically know that the painting was owned by the Kenyon Rigbys, but whether contemplated by Alice or one of her contemporaries, the message was the same. Vanity leads women astray. It tempts them to adopt foreign practices and to adorn themselves in foreign commodities. Such sinful behaviour will end in eternal condemnation. Within this rubric, the striped fabric is a potent sign of deviation and otherness. It marks the black woman as different, and thereby supports the inscription, which tells the viewer that the practice of patching is only permissible for non-Christian people of colour. And although such xenophobic sentiments were not new, they did hold particular currency in 1650s England. At the time that this painting was made, England was suffering through widespread devastation and dislocation wrought by the civil wars and the extraordinary decision to publicly execute the monarch, King Charles I. The period also saw unprecedented religious fracture. In 1645, the National Church was effectively disestablished in a process that Fiona McCall describes as a democratization of religious belief, which made it very difficult for the state to continue to tell people what to believe. Radical nonconformist groups thrived, with the Baptists, the Fifth Monarchists, and the Quakers amongst the most visible. Crucially, too, this was a time of expanding roles for women. Women took direct political action as widows who petitioned Parliament for pensions, as wives who sought compensation for maimed husbands, and as female family members who campaigned for the restitution of sequestered estates. Women also gained greater spiritual autonomy and agency, particularly in those sectarian groups that allowed women to commune directly with God, and in those communities that accepted female preaching. For a country historically defined by monarchic governance, a unified church, and patriarchal authority, these changes bred a climate of uncertainty and unease. The coping mechanism chosen by many people was the increased censure of marginalised figures, including women and foreigners. It is these prejudicial fears, I argue, that underwrite this painting. It visualises female extravagance and immorality on the one hand, and the seductive, demonic powers of foreign goods and practices on the other. The two come together, the painting tells us, to corrupt the body, mind, and soul of English Protestant women. For the original 17th century viewer, the instruction was clear. To avoid eternal damnation, one must lead a life defined by moral rectitude and devoid of pride and excess. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here to talk about my research on feminine beauty, and my topic today is English perceptions of strange beauty in the 17th century. Earlier this year, when I was wandering through the collection of British art at the Victoria and Albert Museum, I came across this piece of artwork. According to the gallery's label, it's a fragment of a war painting completed around 1632. It also mentioned that this image was adapted from the Dutch painter Johann Barre's The Five Senses, which is a series of prints commissioned by the Puritan publisher Thomas Jenner. And if you take a closer look at the artwork, you will notice that the figure on the left holding a glass of wine and a pipe represents taste. On the right, the figure with a mirror and an eagle represents sight. Below the images, there are couplets that appear to capture the inner thoughts of the sitter. the left reads, "This sense is nonsense, though it please my mind, and is not proper for this sex and kind." And the right one is, "Not so quick-sighted is the eagle for her prey, as I knew fashion's spy to make me gay." The monkey, which often symbolized intoxicated humans in 17th century culture, the sitter, who was identified by art historians as the notorious Mary Phrase, alias Moore Cutpurse, and her soliloquy, contribute collectively to this image as a form of social satire that highlighted themes of addiction and indulgence in sensual pleasure. To fully understand the moral undertones of this painting, it can be beneficial for us to look briefly at relevant moral discourses of the time. For instance, the English moralist Richard Braithwaite, in his essays upon the five senses, assigned specific moral values to human senses, while also casting moral doubts upon them. He writes, "Let my taste be directed by reason and not by sense. Reason might enlighten her and make her distinguish of desires, but sense perplexes her and subjects the better part to a slavish appetite." As for sight, which was considered as the most superior sense in 16th and 17th century European culture, Braithwaite argues that, as the eye of all other senses is most needful, so of all others it is most hurtful. It finds an object of affection pretending love, when her aim is clean contrary, perverted by lust. There is no passage more easy for the entry of vice than by the cranny of the eye. Moreover, in his prescriptive words, The English Gentleman and the English Gentlewoman, Braithwaite delved deeper into the moralistic implications of sight, with a distinct focus on gender differences. For women, he argues that there is a native modesty, even in attire as well as gesture, which better becomes and would more fully accomplish her if fashion were not such a pearl in her eye, as it keeps her from the sight of her own vanity. These words seem like a direct satire of the female figure depicted in the war painting. Whereas for men, Braithwaite issued a stern warning against the sin provoked by the concupiscence of the eye. He argues, the eye strays when it covers what it should not. It sleeps when it retires from what it should. It strays when it lusts after a strange woman. It sleeps when it reads not the law of God to reclaim it from lusting after a strange woman. Here, strange women refers to those who are adulterous, as the term is used in its original biblical sense. And more broadly, Braithwaite indicates a moral decline, with the eye shifting from spiritual enlightenment towards the pursuit of carnal pleasures. This opening image of human senses and its moralistic context didn't really stir anything in me until I read Sir Walter Raleigh's travelogue, The Discovery of Guyana, where I noticed a striking echo between his narratives and the war painting. He writes, "Those that have hot livers and love drink shall find store of pot companions, both of good artificial wine, well peppered for cold stomachs, and of wine of peanuts fitter for princes than for brachos. Those that are not married and were christened of these nations shall buy wives for themselves and their friends, for 3 or 4 hatchets apiece of all ages, and not inferior in shape and flavor to any of Europe, color excepted. Those that love tobacco may here smoke themselves till they become bacon for the plenty." As illustrated in Raleigh's writing, the New World stood not only as a symbol of otherness in terms of race and civility, but it also emerged as the realm of worldly pleasure and libertinism, in contrast to the Old World, where overindulgence and sexual incontinency were subject to intense scrutiny and debate. In this scenario, the beauty of indigenous women became an object of desire for English conquerors, just like wine and tobacco. This serves as the premise for me to understand how the beauty of indigenous women across the Atlantic world was perceived by English travelers in the long 17th century. In this paper, I will demonstrate how encounters with indigenous beauty could often evoke aesthetic and emotional desires, while also stirring deeper moral and religious concerns due to the sensory nature of such experiences. Through the lens of feminine beauty, I will further argue that the native material in English travelers' accounts was not merely a projection of European ethnographies, but also a projection of their cultural values and moral concerns onto native cultures. When talking about the concept of feminine beauty in early modern English culture, much attention has been paid to the interplay between the moral ideals of women and their physical attributes. However, another important aspect of women's aesthetic value, which is their power to impress and captivate the beholder, has often been overlooked. Such power not only played a significant role in defining gender relations in early modern England, but also shaped the gaze of English men upon indigenous people. In The English Gentleman, which I referenced earlier, Braithwaite also addressed the sensory nature of aesthetic experience and emphasized its perilous potential. He warned that the allure of feminine beauty could easily descend into vanity and sensuality, as he critiqued those who fixated on external appearances and indulged in fleshly desires. He writes, "For what may be the discourse of Epicurists, but lascivious, begot on excess of fair curies and lashes. Beauty is their object, and vanity their subject. White teeth, rolling eyes, a beautiful complexions, being that which Euryla praised when she washed the feet of Ulysses, namely gentle speech and tender flesh. Thus are their tongues tipped with vanity, their desires aiming at sensuality, and their delights engaged to fleshly liberty." According to Braithwaite, the objectification of beauty, whether expressed through words or perceived through sight, often led to the elevation of sensual pleasure above moral integrity. More importantly, when explaining how aesthetic appreciation could blur into a dangerous pursuit of indulgence and lust, moralists often situated such scenario within pagan contexts. Beyond the above Greek-Roman stories of hedonism, Braithwaite also evoked the seductive allure of non-Israelite women within biblical tradition. He writes, "Or is he voluptuous? He goes to the house of the strange woman, give ears to her incantation, sports with Ishmael, lusts after her beauty in his heart, and is taken with her eyelids, yet see how sensuality brings him to misery." Here, as you may have noticed, Braithwaite employed the term strange women once again, but this time he made a more explicit reference to the foreign identity of these adulterous women by associating them with the banished figure of Ishmael. By reading Braithwaite, we now have a deeper understanding of the multifaceted social concerns around feminine beauty. As an object of ocular desire, feminine beauty had the potential to distract the beholder's soul from its inward visions, thus reducing love for a higher divine beauty to mere pleasures in external appearances. As a potent source of female sexual power, beauty was believed to hold a captivating force over men, thus drawing them into the realm of the flesh and tempting them towards deviant sexual practices. From Brathwaite, we can also learn that such power could be particularly dangerous when it was possessed by foreign women. When referring to the biblical narratives of strange women, especially those seductive outsiders who lure men away from their community's ethnic and religious identity, Brathwaite implied a broader social anxiety about the boundaries of Christendom and the vulnerability of its members to external influences, with feminine beauty functioning as a potentially destructive force in this dynamic. With this in mind, I'm now going to talk about the extent to which early English perceptions of the indigenous women were informed and colored by portrayals of strange women in the Old World tradition by examining travelers' accounts. While blackness played a central role in defining otherness, it didn't stop English explorers from recognizing and even admiring the beauty of indigenous women, as we might assume it would. For instance, the Anglican minister William Morrell praised the charms of native women in verse. Besides their women, which for the most part are of comely forms, not black, not very fair, whose beauty is a beauteous black laid on their paler cheek, which they most dote upon. For they by nature are born fair and white, enriched with graceful presence and delight. Morrell's depiction, while appreciative, leans towards a more poetic and idealized description. By contrast, John Josselyn provided a more sensual and detailed portrayal of native women. He noted the indices that are young, and some of them very comely, having good features, their faces plump and round, and generally plump of their bodies, as soft and smooth as the Moor skin, of reasonable good complexions, but that they dye themselves tawny. These women, in Josselyn's words, were seldom without a come to me, or cause amorous in their countenance. Not only did Morrell and Josselyn attempt to make sense of the dark skin of indigenous women, according to their knowledge of the human body, but Josselyn also went further, celebrating the aesthetic appeal of dark skin from a sensory perspective. He writes, "Whether white or black be best, call your senses to the quest, and your touch shall quickly tell the black in softness does excel, and in smoothness. Nor can aught so please the taste as was brown and lovely dressed. And who will say that that is best? To please one's sense, displace the rest." It was therefore evident that the beauty of indigenous women could often arouse the carnal interests of English explorers, but simultaneously they interpreted this attraction as a sign of sexual immorality and paganism, thus revealing the complex ambivalence of desire and repulsion. For instance, when talking about the lack of discipline in religion and morality in New England, Josselyn also remarked, "There are many strange women too, in Solomon's sense. More the pity when a woman has lost her chastity, she has no more to lose." By referring to the biblical story of Solomon, whose marriage to foreign women turned away his heart from fidelity to the Lord into the worship of pagan gods, Josselyn echoed the concerns of contemporaries like Brathwaite. Both expressed deep anxiety about women's sexual power and its potential to disrupt women's moral order and religious faith. This anxiety and ambivalence also come through in the response of John Rolfe, who sought to defend himself against accusations of indulging in lustful desires towards indigenous women, or more precisely, his interracial marriage with Pocahontas. He writes, Now if the vulgar sort, who square all men's actions by the base rule of their own filthiness, shall tax or taunt me in this my godly labor, let them know it is not any hungry appetite to gorge myself with incontinency. Sure, if I would, and were so sensually inclined, I might satisfy such desire, though not without a seared conscience, yet with questions more pleasing to the eye, and less fearful in the offense unlawfully committed. Here, Rolfe acknowledged the possibility of desire, but insisted that, if he were inclined to act on such impulses, he would do so with Christian women, who were more acceptable both morally and aesthetically. This defensive rhetoric highlights the tension between attraction and moral self-justification, as English travelers sought to distance themselves from the very desires they felt. Another example of such ambivalence can be found in John Lawson's A New Voyage to Carolina, where he observes, "As for the Indian women, they are as fine-shaped creatures as any in the universe. They are not so uncouth or unlikely, that is unattractive, as we might suppose them, nor are they strangers or not proficients in the softer passion. As for the report that they are never found unconstant, like the Europeans, it is wholly false, for were the old world and the new one put into women a pair of scales in point of constancy, it would be a hard matter to discern which was the heavier." From examples like this, it becomes clear that the beauty of indigenous women, in the eyes of English travelers, was not merely a source of physical attraction, but was framed within a matrix of religious, moral, and cultural anxieties. The bodies of indigenous women were scrutinized, and at the same time drawn into debates about female beauty, moral transgressions, and religious conflict taking place back home. This way of perceiving women's beauty was not confined to indigenous women. It mirrored similar anxieties surrounding English women, revealing a broader concern with the moral dangers posed by female sexuality. Just as pointed out by Lawson, indigenous women and the English women were on the same scale of morality, and we cannot tell which side weighed heavier, as they were both reflections where the desire and judgment intertwined. However, indigenous women of the New World had the potential to tip the scales, especially when their images merged with the silhouettes of foreign women from the biblical history. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Hi, Chao Wang. Thank you. So Jennifer and Chao and Gemma, if you want to come up to the front. There's so much I want to say, confronted with these fascinating papers and all these insights of the complex and I think sometimes contradictory context of the painting. As a textiles curator, I am very gratified that Hesketh was obviously very keyed into the significance of dressing one of the figures in a striped textile. But we've only got about 5 minutes, so I'm going to stop talking and see if there are any questions from the floor.
Thank you. I have a question for Jennifer. You mentioned the black domestic servants in Italy, and I'm wondering if they were paid for their service? Thanks.
Right, that's on. So the question's about black domestic servants in Italy. Sorry, the second one? Were they paid? Were they paid? Were they paid?
That's a great question. For black models, it's not very clear, and I don't think I have seen any direct scholarship on that. So it's not known to me if they were compensated in some way, but that's a question that to be explored further.
Yeah. Could they be in
enslaved?
The question was, could they be enslaved?
Oh. They were probably servants rather than slaves. So they were quite a prominent presence, but I don't think they were necessarily slaves, and the definitions are a little vague.
Maybe I could just add two words onto that, because Ed actually mentioned how the black presence in London was becoming much more significant by this date. Possibly not quite so much in Lancashire, but certainly in England at this date, slavery was officially at least illegal. So the black people working in London in positions across different households, at least at face value, were being paid a salary. Are there any other questions?
Yes. Sorry. Hello. Thank you all so much for your presentations. These were wonderful. And I'm curious because each presentation seemed to focus on different aspects of different forms of otherness or different cultures and ethnicities that are kind of brought into the realm or brought into discussion with this work. With thinking to textiles in India, also markings and references to indigenous peoples in the Americas, and then also to blackness and enslaved people in the Americas, but then also people who were brought to Europe. And so I'm curious because I feel in this painting, the black figure can be read as very racially ambiguous, but also possibly simply black, simply whatever that encompasses in that time. And I'm wondering if there's a role that hesitation might play in looking at this work and kind of really thinking through constructions of race in the early modern period.
Is that working? Yes. Thanks, Lucia. Is your question more about that you see hesitation in us labelling where this person comes from? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I totally understand your question. Is that?
So I guess I was trying to Google or search through my own notes to find where there's a scholar that talks about like the role of hesitation as important when thinking through representations of race. And so I guess hesitation is a moment to pause and think and critically evaluate what we're looking at, as opposed to wanting to label this as a black woman as we define blackness today.
Yes. And obviously I can't speak for my fellow panelists, but for myself personally, it comes from a sense that in this time period in England, the term black was extremely capacious. You find the term black or black and more being used for a whole host of people from basically the stretch of the globe. So, and this can be people who were born in England but came from ancestry that stretches from Africa or the Americas, South Asia, people who came in, obviously as servants or enslaved individuals as well. And my hesitation really is that I wouldn't want my sort of interest in thinking about India is to think about what was coming into England and what the sort of the cultural imagination and experience of people was, and to really steer clear of this idea of any sense that England was monocultural, white, British, in that kind of sense, right? That's sort of narrow and sort of unhelpful. But I also think conversely that I'm not sure that if we put a specific label on this individual in terms of geographic point of origin, that's particularly helpful either, because we know that this isn't a portrait, right? This is not a specific individual who we're trying to trace, and I think it's more generative to think about what did people in England in the 1650s think about otherness, and whether that was about colour or hair texture or the type of jewellery someone might wear. And that one of the most important, sources of anxiety was often religion, and not to lose sight of the fact that a major, anything beyond Protestantism for a lot of English people was extremely anxiety producing, right? So for me, the idea of, and she does use the word black, but this could mean I don't want to say anything, but this could point to a whole host of geographic points of origin. I think that, I don't know if you want to add anything?
No, I think we have got time for one more question.
We've actually had a number of questions from our online viewers, enough that we won't get to them all, but can I borrow your mic?
Just for those who are on the live stream, we've gotten at least 3 questions, so for those who we don't get to the question, I will forward them to our speakers. One of them I will definitely forward because it's bringing to our attention a hand-colored version of the bulwark that's at the Bodleian, and asking if we were aware of it and saying that there's actually been XRF done on it this week, recently this year, for this researcher, saying that they're contemporary pigments. I think that'll be a good one for us all to look at and get back to this researcher.
Oh, a little bit of juggling here.
So Kim Hall has written in and asked, thank you for these papers. I'm interested in hearing from the scholars newer to the painting if their research about it influenced how they approach other aspects of visual representations and or historical questions about femininity more generally.
We can also just put it down because we have it written down as well.
So would one of you like to engage with that?
Yeah, I'm also passing it around. Sorry.
I'll read the question again. So the questioner is interested in hearing from you if your research about the painting has influenced your approach to other aspects of visual representation and or historical questions about femininity more generally. I think in a way this might be one for Haya Chao. I love the way you took the discussion away just from the message towards Alice, for example, but to the male gaze looking at these 2 very beautiful women.
She's going to think about it. This is a slide. Thank you, Kim, for tuning in. I sort of want to wave, but I'm sure wherever the camera is. And I'm going to be slightly cheeky in that I'm going to move slightly from the gendered question because mine was so much, about women, but I was thinking too about men and cloth in general. And what I will say that this painting has really encouraged me to think about is sites of production and global networks of trade. I've worked on England for many years. I'm particularly interested in dress and bodily display, but this painting has really reminded me about how imperative it is to understand England within the networks of access and trade that it was operating, and not to see it within isolation. And oftentimes for dress historians, the place that we look to is Europe. So we look to Italy for silks, and we look to the Netherlands for lace and velvets, and etc. France as well. Spain to a lesser extent because of disagreements, but arguably they made the best leather goods. So this is the site that one looks to, but actually this painting has really struck home for me. I cannot stress the significance of trade with South Asia in this period to both England's understanding and positioning of itself in terms of economic prosperity, because they managed, the East India Company as a whole, the subject of multiple books, of course, but that also the textiles that they would be able to bring in, because of the proficiency of Indian artificers, I just cannot underestimate how brilliant they were and how much they changed people's wardrobes and modes of self-presentation. If you want to answer the more.
I wonder if I could just very, very quickly, since we're almost running out of time, and I do think it really feeds into what you've been saying, Gemma, and feeds also back to what Ed was saying, showing us that map of Lancashire. Of course, this will become the great centre of weaving in England at this time, and I'm just wondering if that very vicious note of censure that we have in the painting, which is becoming quite different from the more open interest in the otherness of stripes in the rest of Europe by this date, might feed directly into the challenge to the English textile industry. So, of course, the ultimate change is that they're going to embrace stripes.
One should also not forget the calico bands that are about to arrive to try and protect England's, sites of national production. Anyway.
Don't know if this. Yes. Hi, Chad. Very, very quickly, this is the final word of our session. Was there anything you wanted to add to the gender question?
So what I'm going to say is just to add another layer of the sense of otherness in early modern England. So what I'm going to say is that the sense of otherness maybe not directly constructed through the transcultural encounters with the other culture, but also the English people, they want to find something they are more similar with, such as the foreign women deeply rooted in their religious knowledge about the strange women. So that's what I'm going to say about the otherness.
Thanks so much, everyone, for that really stimulating first panel. I'm now going to hand over to Ed, who will be, to Gemma, who will be chairing the second panel.
Hello, everybody, again. And I apologise, I'm filling in at this moment for distinguished Professor Patricia Fumerton, who, due to unfortunate travel difficulties, is not able to join us today. So I'm just going to jump in and do my best for this. So our next panel is called Bodies and Voices, and our three speakers are Todd Simmons, Catherine Ask, and Jane Partner, and I'll introduce them in sequence. They will present in sequence, and then we will have the Q&A. So Todd Christopher Simmons achieved 2 master's degrees at New York University, the first in animal studies completed in 2020, and the second in history with a focus on public history in 2022, and he is now working towards his PhD in history at Lehigh University. Catherine Ask is a lecturer of English literature at Edinburgh Napier University. Her research examines understandings and moral associations of female beauty, the literature and the cultural history of the long 18th century, and she is currently working on the history of dermatology with the support of a British Academy small research grant. She has several publications in this field, and her monograph, Being Pretty in the 18th Century, A Cultural History of Female Beauty, is forthcoming with Bloomsbury. Jane Partner is a college associate professor at Trinity Hall in the University of Cambridge, where her research interests focus on intersections between text and image in early modern England. Her first book, Poetry and Vision in Early Modern England, was published in 2017. Today's paper forms part of her current research about the legibility of bodies across early modern literature and art, and an analysis of the painting, Two Women, will be included in her book in progress that is currently titled The Body as Text in Early Modern England. So welcome, Todd.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. The aspects of this painting that I'm looking at are more from what Gemma Field was speaking about with attitudes and experiences in her introductory remarks. This one? Okay. So what I'm looking at, the title of this paper is drawn from 1620 pamphlet, The Hickveer, or the Womanish Man. By examining this pamphlet and 3 others, I want to show that consumption, imagination, and transformation drove a lot of the dynamics that involve gender, race, and nationalism. This paper examines these through Tannick Skinker, the pig-faced woman of London. It's more than a story of human-animal transformation. It's the description of physical beauty through its opposite. This 1640 pamphlet is a blatant tale of the enactment of gender roles, the consumption of women by men. She and her suitors operate to create an echelon of nationalistic stereotypes. For example, Harris Skinner grunts in Dutch hoggish hoffs and pigs French oui. Her transformation into a woman can only be achieved through the consummation of marriage, an act none of her suitors will entertain after seeing her. The story of Tanneken Skinker moves to a level from her place of birth, which is Holland, as I said, the French oui and the Dutch hoggish hoffs. In addition to the reaction, I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong. There we go. Okay. This is a reaction of one of her suitors upon meeting her. Her suitors are all described as men who are of kind of a middle class rather than the upper class that her father was told that she should marry. When Tanneken was born, she was born with the face of a hog. It was through diabolical intervention while she was in the womb. Her mother was believed to have scorned a woman on the street who was begging for alms, and as a result, she was cursed and had this child. There's an interesting concept of magic at work here. Her father consults a sorcerer to see how she can be cured of this, and he says that the only way to do it is to be married to a higher class man and consummate the marriage in the wedding bed. This is the reaction of a Scotsman who sees her for the first time. He can endure no pork. There is another reaction from a Southsman who says that he would never be afraid of hog faces, and yet upon seeing her says that he can never have souse raw or unboiled in the future. So there's this very visceral idea of consumption, of physical consuming, not only the consumption of the marriage bed, but the physical consumption of the woman by the man. And none of them are able to do that. The tale moves from the story of Tanneken Skinker into the idea of John Gower's tale of a knight who will die unless he can answer the question, what thing above all other do women most desire? The answer, according to Gower, is to have their wills and sovereignty over their husband or husbands. He draws this story to show that this doesn't happen with Skinker. Skinker's pursued through London by people who were trying to find her, to just stare, to, it's kind of a culture of just watching. But what happens is when we take this idea of consumption, of consuming another person, another pamphlet comes to mind, and that is of the werewolf Stub Peter. This was published in London in 1590. This pamphlet creates an unholy trinity, a ladder that works down from man to werewolf and werewolf to wolf. By the time this pamphlet was published, wolves were extinct in England, and while actual wolves can be believed to have committed the murders that Stub Peter, in this story, committed in Bedburg, Germany, another werewolf trial pamphlet that was published in France was of Gilles Garnier, who was a French lycanthrope. This story persists in what the British Library calls the origin of the werewolf story in England. The extinction of the wolf makes this story even more metaphorical than it would for the French and the German situations because of the wars that were happening there and the people who were killed. Jean-Marc Morisseau looks at the idea of wolf attacks in France and finds that the werewolf trials describe similar victims, locations on the body, attack sites, as what would have happened in wolf attacks. The fact that this surfaces in England with the extinction of werewolves points to a deeper fear, and that is the fear of the human who has the hidden heart. Stubb is able to, through this transformation of diabolical means, belt, which you can see in the one illustration that he puts on that was given to him by the devil, he's able to transform into a wolf and enact his lust and rage on the population. Stubb is not an outsider of the community, but he is a merchant who's deeply entwined in the society. Everyone knows him, and he moves through it with ease. It points to Montaigne, rather than his essay on cannibalism, more to his essay of fear, which describes the hidden heart of humans and how that is perhaps as frightening as anything else. Daemonology of 1597 by King James also examines the werewolf just briefly, in the fact that he says that it is an excess of melancholy rather than an actual transformation of a human into a wolf or a werewolf. And it's that inner heart then that becomes transposed onto the physical body that is frightening and devastating. This is an illustration from the Bulwer Anthropometamorphosis. When he continues in the italicized remarks at the bottom, 2 pages later, after this illustration, he speaks of the dishonest, the unseemly, and the counterfeit in reference to the man who paints his face. But men who paint their faces and take on the aspect of a woman is just kind of glossed over. Bulwer immediately returns to from chastening the man to abusing the woman. So even here, when men are addressed, he goes back to the woman and says that the offense of painting the face is worse than adultery. It's a sin against nature. So it moves to this pamphlet, which is the man-woman. The fairest face covered with a foul vizard begets nothing but affright her scorn, and the noblest person in an ignoble disguise attains to nothing but reproach and scandal. Away then with these disguises and foul vizards, these unnatural paintings and immodest discoveries. Keep those parts concealed from the eyes that may not be touched by the hands. Let not a wondering and lascivious thought read in an enticing index the context of an unchaste volume. This pamphlet attacks the woman who, in fashion and in form, take on the role of men, calling them neither men nor women, but just good for nothing. The author describes their behavior as a disease akin to the plague, a disease that consumes them, rich or poor. And again, we have the imagination and the consumption coming in, and the transformation. It is not, not only are women, the author says, not made of slime and dirt as men are, but of a more pure and refined metal. So that this betrayal then is doubly vile. In addition to the crimes of the women, they will suffer the battle axe of the statute of apparel crushing them. These chimeras of deformity will be sent back to hell, and there to burn to cinders in the flames of their own malice. If we move on to the womanish man, this pamphlet is conducted in the form of a dialogue rather than the last one, which was in the form of a monologue, more of a sermon railing against women who take on mannish garb. This pamphlet, again, plays down the offense of man and allows him to attack the woman. At first, they don't recognize one another as in disguise. When it comes to light, he tries to convince her of the error and the sin of her ways. But her remarks to him are remarkably modern, something that we would understand, and I've lost them here. What she's saying is that it's a sin against custom, what she's doing. When she dresses in this kind of mannish attire, she's sinning against custom rather than reason. We can see this kind of in different Shakespeare. King Lear, Edmund, talks about the concept of, why baseness, wherefore base, when my dimensions are as well compact. What she does is she starts to move into everything changes in the world. We change from season to season. Fruit, which is once just born on the tree, becomes ripened and then decays. But it's all about change. The world is all about motion. It's moving forward into a new sense of itself. And what she says is, why should I be a slave to custom when reason says that there is nothing that should ban me from this happening? I should not, in any kind of reason sense, be able to take on the dress in the aspect of a man. And again, it's that kind of crushing blow that the man is able to deliver, even though he is what is known as the womanish man. She calls him out on it, but he's able to just kind of push it aside and say, look, it's you who's doing this. You are going to burn in hell. You are going to waste your soul by chasing after what you consider to be freedom. He says that the freedom that she expects and that she desires is actually a form of slavish duty to the devil. So what starts to happen is she's amazingly firmly convinced that he's right and that he should assume the role of a man, and if he just assumes the role of a man, that she'll be able to cast off these clothes and she will become everything that I'm sorry. Sorry, I keep. She'll become everything his most excellent thoughts desire. So we're looking again at the concepts of transformation. We're looking at consumption, the consumption of the clothing that she buys, the consumption, the man, the husband or father who provides the money for these clothing will also be damned because of the money. So there's consuming of goods, there's consuming of bodies, there's transformation, whether it's inward or outward. And we move to Bulwer's examination of race, which is, make sure I'm all linked up on the right screens here, which is fascinating. Bulwer's view of race is that, again, it's inspired by imagination. For thus, perhaps this, which at the beginning of the complexion was an artificial device and thence induced by imagination, having once impregnated the seed, found afterward concurrent productions, which were continued by climes, whose constitution advantaged the artificial into a natural impression. He says that the black race takes so much content therein that they esteem deformity by other colors, describing the devil and terrible objects white, for they think they verily persuade themselves that they are the right color of men, and that we have a false and counterfeit color. And so from this artifice, the Moors might possibly become Negroes, receiving atramentous impression by the power and efficacy of imagination. And this complexion, first by art acquired, might be evidently maintained by generation and by the tincture of the skin as a spermacetical part traduced from father to son. So throughout we see this kind of concept of imagination being able to affect the transformation and the consumption of the body of goods that are affected by it. So we kind of return to Tannick and Skinker. The story of the werewolf has continued. It's come into the future. Tannick and Skinker also moved forward. The kind of pig-faced woman of London moved into Charles Dickens talks about it in 1861. But what's interesting about the imagination and reimagination, and not as enduring as the werewolf, is the prodigious birth was a result of a curse, an imagination, and an event. The infant became a subject of philosophy. Her transformation into a woman was never achieved, and according to the story, she was pursued through London, unable to settle in one place for long until she was discovered and forced to move. Imagination, consumption, and transformation could all be very dangerous. But what I wonder is, if Kennick and Skinker had consumed them, if the marriage had been consummated, what would she have been? From before birth, she had the face of a pig. What would have happened afterwards? Thank you.
When I first saw this painting, I knew immediately it would be important for my research about the ways that, in 17th century England, the body was viewed as text that needed to be read to be understood. I also found it uplifting to see an image from this period where a black figure has parity in composition with a white figure and holds the viewer's gaze rather than looking in deference from a marginal position. Like initial reporting of the image in the press, I was eager to see and honour the ways that it might accord dignity to the image of a person of colour, even as it criticises female cosmetic practices and morals. But the inscription, as we've already heard, makes it immediately obvious that the image is more troubling. Here, the outward physical blackness of beauty spots is explicitly linked with the inward spiritual darkness of evil. Does this mean that black skin is also presented as representing evil too? I think that's a question we really have to confront head on. And with this in mind, I consider the ways that this image reflects the widespread early modern anxiety that outward appearance might conceal inward identity, and so require skills of interpretation that were often conceived of as reading. I suggest that the networks of association created in early modern literature about skin colour, cosmetics, and morality are crucial to the ongoing interpretation of the mirrored, antithetical relationship between the two figures in this painting. In approaching the way that this religious allegory obliges the viewers to engage very actively in the playful interpretation of paradox, I will be thinking in part about the ways in which it is a racist image, and I alert you that some of the primary material I cite therefore includes historic racist ideas and language that I entirely disavow. I'll speak first about the Protestant emblem tradition that presented images with text to encourage the viewer to read spiritual meanings in the material world. I then think about the ways that anti-cosmetic writing also treated the female body as legible, creating associations that frame the bodies in this painting as surfaces to be read. On a formal level, I suggest that these sources are also important for thinking about the paradoxes of a painting that denigrates painted faces, when oil painting could itself be understood during this period as a similarly deceptive practice. The hybrid literary form of the emblem, in which symbolic images are accompanied by reflections on their meaning in poetry and prose, was so widely circulated in print in the early modern period that it shaped patterns of thought by encouraging spiritual interpretations of objects in the material world. Here we see the most widespread emblem of black skin, grotesquely depicting it to be a fault to be cleansed. Two of the earliest depictions of black figures in British painting that reflect explicitly on skin colour are found amongst a series of emblems painted by Lady Anne Drury around 1600 to decorate a panelled prayer space. These emblems share with our painting a more complex concern with the unstable perceived relations between external skin colour and inward morality. One emblem shows a black man smoking a pipe and crowned with a wreath of tobacco leaves, captioned with the motto, "The same inside." These words suggest that the effects of tobacco caused this smoker to become the same colour inside as out. Tobacco was well known to cause blackening inside a smoker of any skin colour, but the New World origins of tobacco also gave racial associations, of course, through the slave trade. is the message of this emblem that a person with black skin only becomes black inwardly by smoking, which was also a fashionable activity for a white person at the time, or is the white viewer being told that they might become inwardly like someone with black skin if they smoke? The same concern with insides and outsides is presented in a second jewellery emblem, where a black man points both at a swan and at his teeth, beside the motto, "So now we are alike." And we need to keep in mind that swans were believed to have black skin under their feathers. Setting up the contrast between black and white was essential to the construction of colour and identity in the early modern period. Teeth could be used to illustrate this principle, as in this portrait that we've already seen, that highlights colour contrast through the unusual inclusion of a smile. But white teeth within black skin could be interpreted as a false similarity with white skin. Arthur Dent, for example, stated that the prideful indeed should have no more cause to boast of their gifts than a black person hath of his whiteness, because his teeth are white. The layering of colour and identity in these emblems presents an active challenge of interpretation that is characteristic of the emblem genre, and that also relates closely to the ways in which two women wearing cosmetic patches obliges us to discern how black or white spots might relate to black or white souls. In many early modern contexts, black skin was allotted a determinate meaning due to, quote, a desire for order and for a clear relationship between the human inner character and outer appearance. Much literature plays on this congruence. In Titus Andronicus, for example, Aaron will have his soul black like his face. But this desire for moral clarity coexisted with a love of paradox. Othello is concerned with these same issues of appearance and reality, but in demonstrating the limitations of ocular proof, the play offers a more searching consideration of the relationship between exteriors and interiors in a way that I think speaks to our painting. Assuming that soul is reality and body is appearance, we may say that Iago is the white man with the black soul, while Othello is the black man with the white soul. In devotional contexts especially, seeing by faith might rely on exactly this kind of looking beyond appearances, much as Desdemona looked beyond Othello's black skin to see, as she put it, his visage in his mind. In the case of the jewellery emblems, we have one particular source that guides interpretation and elucidates the formal relationship with two women wearing cosmetic patches. Bishop Joseph Hall's commentary on the spiritual meaning of black skin elaborates the difference between skin colour and moral status. What a difference is there in men, both in their fashion and colour, and yet all children of one father. Neither is there less variety in their insides. Their dispositions, judgments, opinions differ as much as their shapes and complexions. We should be looked upon in this man's country with no less wonder and strange coyness than he is here. Our whiteness would pass there for an unpleasing indigestion of form. It is not for us to regard the skin, but the soul. If that be innocent, pure, holy, the blots of an outside cannot set us off from the love of him who hath said, "Behold, thou art fair, my sister, my spouse." If that be foul and black, it is not in the power of an angelical brightness of our hide to make us other than a loathsome eyesore to the Almighty. Well, this is about as nuanced as accounts of racial difference get in this period. But here, just as in Othello, black skin is still seen as a fault to be looked beyond. Hall knew the Druries and was their rector, and his published work was substantially responsible for the spread of meditation as a spiritual practice in 17th century England. In this passage, Paul draws on patristic literature that employs the so-called emblematic Ethiopian to describe spiritual purification as removing blackness of skin. Augustine stated that all nations are Ethiopians, black in their natural sinfulness, that might become white in the knowledge of God. Similarly, in commentaries on the Song of Songs, the bride calling herself black was explained as symbolizing people living in sin and her inner whiteness as the redeemed soul. Paul's practice of meditation was based on his theory that devout contemplation was a faculty of seeing, of divine optics. Meditation was to address itself, like the emblem, not simply to the eye of sense that perceives only this outward and material world, but rather to the eyes of reason and faith. When material objects are looked at as if glossed with text that can make them function like an emblem, Paul asserted that they can offer spiritual meanings. Holy minds have ever been wont to look through these bodily objects at spiritual and heavenly. Everything that we see reads us new lectures of wisdom and piety. I suggest that this meditative practice, which persisted through the 17th century, underlies two women wearing cosmetic patches. Like Drury's emblems, this painting can be understood as an example of the wider Protestant project to educate the pious eye to read bodies correctly. And that takes us to my second section. The rhetoric of reading bodies is also found in anti-cosmetic polemics that objected to face painting on the grounds that it enabled women to re-author the God-given text of their faces. This rewriting also prevented women being legible to men, triggering anxieties about the lack of congruence between external female appearance and inward reality. The anti-cosmetic polemicist Thomas Tuke accordingly accused women of spending too much time reading the new faces that they had written at the expense of studying the Bible. A Painted Woman's Own Sweet Face is the book she most looks upon. This she reads over duly every morning. Sometimes she blots out pale and writes red. A painted woman erases God's text with a fucus, a white paste, and writes another in her reddened cheeks. Thomas Wright's psychological manual, The Passions of the Mind in General, gives sustained attention to bodily reading. Everyone reveals something of their inward state, he asserts, through a silent speech pronounced in their very countenances. But this point especially may be observed in women, whose passions may easily be discovered. The scriptures also teach us in the face of a harlot to read the impurity of her heart. This widespread literary trope draws on a biblical association of the inscription upon the forehead of the whore of Babylon. When women painted their faces, they might prevent men from reading these passionate texts by obscuring a blush of guilt or shame. The cosmetics worn by the white woman in our painting can therefore be understood to have the effect both of rewriting God's text in her face and of withholding the legibility of her inner moral status from men. Robert Heath's 1650 poem, To a Painter Liming a Courtesan, is of especial interest because it plays with the unstable resonances between cosmetics and oil painting. The painter is first told to leave off his unnecessary project. What need you, painter, when the wicked elf, fearing no colours, daily paints herself? He is then advised to find a more admirable subject who wears no makeup, a chaste and virtuous dame whose spotless honour speaks her still the same, in whose smooth forehead let there be expressed what virgin thoughts she harbours in her breast. Then in her cheeks express that blushing grace which vestal vows have printed in her face. Here, the fantasy of the fully legible woman makes her very soul manifest on her skin. It was not just the traces of the passions that men wished to be able to read on female faces. Fixed features such as moles were also treated as objects of interpretation that makeup wrongfully obscured. You can see here Richard Saunders mapping astrological signs onto the face according to the position of moles. By this logic, patches create a false text. The damnable associations of cosmetic patches alluded to in the inscription on our painting were also often expressed through the idea of the textual body. For Puritans, any change to the text that God had written into a woman's face was considered quite directly to be the work of the devil. And patches, and we've heard about this already today, were associated with bodily marks found on witches. We know from accounts by Simon Foreman that astrological and magical characters were indeed written onto the body by occult practitioners, and I'm particularly interested in the resonance between the patch shapes and magical symbols. Poetic accounts of patches cast in relation to black magic are especially illuminating. Roland Watkins described how ladies turn conjurers and can impart the hidden mystery of the black art. Black artificial patches do betray, they more affect the works of night than day. Edward Benlowes also writes at length about the satanic nature of patches, which by the black art spirits raise. His poetry has a special relevance for our painting because it combines text with image. Benlowes inserts an image of a patched woman that he created by reproducing a print by Holler and inking the patches on by hand. It's really nice to see all the phones go up when you put up something cool. It also interests me that the patches are different in different copies. I've been doing a little tour and mapping some of the differences. I call it Benlowes Bingo. And here a female body is being literally overwritten by a male author, and I find that particularly resonant. And just to hammer it home, I think it's a good comparison. There is also, I think, a suggestive connection here with Bulwer's critique of body modification in Anthropometamorphosis, which had initially appeared in 1650 in a sparsely illustrated version before appearing in 1653, the year after Benlowes' poem, including many more woodcuts. It seems possible that Bulwer's image from the second edition, that is such an important comparison for our painting, might have been written with an awareness of Benlowes, who describes the distinctive image of the fantastical patch shaped like a coach. But if anyone else knows other sources for that, I would love to hear about it. Smith's anti-cosmetic tract, A Wonder of Wonders, which appeared also in response to Bulwer, contains a prefatory poem about patches, making the face into a satanic text. Patches are characters that but speak your face a spell, a conjurer's book that summons sprites from hell. Invoking the logic of the emblem, the poet reflects on how the shapes of patches reveal the inward identity of the wearer. And yet the figures emblematic are, which our she-wantons so delight to wear. The coach and horses with the hurrying wheels show both their giddy brains and gadding heels. Of particular interest is this account of the meaning of patch shapes that are seen in our painting. But oh, the sable stars that you descry, benights their day and speaks their darkened sky. The several moons that in their faces range eclipse fond Proteus in his various change. After Smith's conventional reference to the relations between spotted faces and spotted souls, the poem ends by suggesting that perhaps patches create a text that accurately reflects the wearer after all. Yet thus much of repentance they begin, that in their foreheads you may read their sin, which oh, that real sorrow might so blot, that both parts be presented without spot. This vocabulary of blot and spot recurs in much other writing on cosmetics, pivoting on the association that blotting is a process of deliberate erasure in writing, as well as defacement through spilled ink and false bodily inscription. The inky spottedness of patched skin that we have seen so literally in Benlow's image, like the sootiness in the emblem about smoking, was associated with the repugnant early modern ideas about the imagined transferability of blackness, according to which white skin adorned with black patches might itself risk becoming black. Thomas Hall's condemnation of what he called beastly spots ends by proclaiming that the skin of proud women who use cosmetics should now be painted with another dye. It should be tanned and burnt with the sun, like the humours of the Blackmoors. This association between cosmetic patches and black skin is visualised in the Anglo-Dutch miniature portraits that were sold with multiple painted mica overlays that enact metamorphosis, layering, and disguise. This overlay both paints a patch onto a woman's face and simultaneously imagines the supposedly transgressive touch of black skin upon hers. Early modern associations between cosmetics and race are discussed by Bulwer at length, as we've already heard, in his Anthropometamorphosis, where he threatens white English women with resemblance to what he terms barbarous nations. He uses the same logic that is found in early writing about the New World, where European readers are invited to feel particularly humbled when even people from nations that were not Christian are described as being morally superior. And I'm really interested, we've also had some discussion of this already, in the fact that Bulwer's image is the other way around from our painting, and I think there might be more perhaps to be said about that. We might return to that. What I want to end with is a reflection on Bulwer's wider interest in reading bodies, as seen in his work on gesture. As we've heard, he illustrates hand motions like the one used by the black woman in our painting. The extended forefinger is depicted as a legible gesture of rhetorical inculcation and admonishment. This imparts authority, and in painting was a conventional means to show who was speaking. Such gestures were used in Reformation portraits of preachers to avoid idolatry by indicating that it was their words that were ultimately being depicted, not their bodies. And this was part of an approach to devotional painting that, as we see here, worked towards entirely sublimating and transforming image into text. Amongst the many facets of this painting that we're all gathered here to try to start to unpick, a central lesson that two women wearing cosmetic patches seeks to impart is that the viewer should learn to read bodies, to perceive inward moral worth, rather than be taken in by outward appearances. To this end, the black woman is presented as a perceptive bodily reader who instructs both the white woman in the painting and the viewer. Yet, as a fictional symbolic construction made, so far as we know, by a white artist, even though this black figure is given a voice and moral authority in the painting, she also resembles in some important ways, to me, the impersonation of black figures by white performers in blackface in court masks, a form of symbolic theatre related to the emblem. This woman is presented as a reader, but also constructed as a text to be read. Thank you.
Hi. I just want to say a quick thank you to the organisers. It's really, really lovely to be here. And again, this does contain some derogatory language that's from the period. So, the skin's colour and appearance have informed moral and social commentaries throughout history. Before dermatology became a specialised medical field in 18th century Britain, commentaries on skin and its treatment saw a blurring of the moral and pseudo-medical approaches, where cosmetic and medical applications for the skin were often treated as one and the same. While the scope of this subject far outreaches the limits of this paper, I would like to focus on the inclusion of skincare and cosmetic practices into mid-17th century treaties, Bulwer's, Anthropometamorphosis, and John Gordon's A Discourse of Auxiliary Beauty. Although the texts differ vastly in their approach, and Bulwer's treatise compiles descriptions of cosmetic practices from across different cultures, while Gordon's text presents a dialogue between two women debating the pros and cons of wearing cosmetics, they both draw on and blur the line between cosmetics and medicine. So research into the beauty in the 17th century, often notes the moral elements surrounding cosmetic use in the period, and particularly for women. Edith Snook has written that the skin is the signifier of the complexion, and makeup is a means of making one's goodness visible by inscribing the markers of class, race, and appropriate femininity in their flesh. With the long-standing socio-cultural narrative that beauty and goodness were intertwined, the distinction between natural beauty and artificial beauty became a point of debate. Snook highlights how this debate became one about policing nature, suggesting that beyond the material difference between artificial and natural beauty, between the noxious paint and the salutary medicines, is how those with power attempt to police the boundaries of the natural. This policing was often, but not exclusively, aimed at women, and Kimberly Poynton argues that domestic manuals, dramatic works, and anti-cosmetic tracts all portray women as the main users and abusers of the cosmetic arts. The use and abuse of cosmetics and skincare cause tension because they offer users autonomy, a sense of self, and the ability to craft their own identities. The skin surface was made to be seen and could be written and rewritten, as well as read and misread. Due to their public visibility, the use of cosmetics and other skin treatments was open to varying levels of scrutiny. One might apply a plaster or a patch to treat a wound, or cover a scar or pimple, or to enhance one's beauty in line with the current trends. But the interpretation of these actions becomes imbibed with social and moral judgment. Karen Hearn has noted that the depiction of patches, particularly in the 18th century, were read as signifiers of both disease and associated moral laxity, and regularly associated with venereal disease. Users of patches, as well as paint, clearly had something to hide, but equally they may have had something to treat. The early stages of dermatological medicine have suffered under the complex relationship between sociocultural beauty ideals, appearances, cosmetic practices, the sexualization of physical beauty, and the resulting diseases associated with sexual excess. The mingling of medicine and moral judgment have therefore left the study of proto-dermatology in this period somewhat muddied. With no clear distinction between cosmetic and medical practices, the overriding questionability of treating the skin has been marred by accusations of immorality, vanity, and deception. However, I argue that the intricate associations between skin, morality, and cosmetics during the mid-17th century utilize early dermatological and medical knowledge, citing and critiquing common medical treatments to underscore and even challenge the skin's moral ambiguity. We can consider these associations in the portrait of the two women we've all come to discuss. The quotation in the painting, "I black with white bespot, you white with black, this evil proceeds from thy proud heart, then take her, devil," draws both distinction between these ladies' skin colours and the colours of their patches. Both women maintain an autonomy over their appearances, but it is the white woman marking her skin with black patches that appears to be directly accused of evil. Take her, the gesture, devil. The pointing hand implies the judgment of this other woman. The mirroring of the faces here could suggest the sense of equality. Both women are using patches. Surely they're going to face the same judgment. Yet, as the painting draws similarities with the woodcut featured in Bulwer's edition, which was first published in 1650, I want to approach this image through the lens of Bulwer's work and his claim that our English ladies seem to have borrowed some of their cosmetic conceits from barbarous nations. So Bulwer was actually a physician, as well as a budding anthropologist, the son of an apothecary and likely studied at Oxford, although not officially. In the 1653 edition of his Anthropometamorphosis, his name newly features the attribution MD, medical doctor, and large number of woodcut images are now added. The borrowing in the painting can be taken literally, where each woman's patch is an identical match to the other. They have swapped colours, so to speak. Like the gesture in the painting, Bulwer also implies that there is a greater moral judgment for the English ladies than those he sees as barbarous. Bulwer is far more critical of those users in Britain, white women. And this woodcut featuring the now infamous Coach and Horses patch is included alongside this description. Our English ladies, who seem to have borrowed some of their cosmetical conceits from barbarous nations, are seldom known to be contented with a face of God's making, for they are either adding, detracting, or continually having of God's making, of having many fucuses in readiness for the same purpose. Yet for all this, it may be the skins and their faces do not please them. Off they go with mercury water, and so they remain like peeled yews until their faces have recovered a new epidermis. For Bulwer, cosmetic enhancements, including washings, paintings, and such slibber-slabbers, go against moral nature. Yet, not simply arguing against cosmetics, Bulwer mentions common products and terms used in the period's skincare and cosmetic remedies, including fucuses or creams, rouges, such as Spanish paper, red leather, and to smooth the skin or destroy it, mercury water. In using the Latin term epidermis, Bulwer demonstrates his authority within the medical world, and he continues to underpin his negative judgment of cosmetic users with this knowledge. Painting is bad both in foul and fair women, but worst of all in a man. For it be the received opinion of some physicians that the use of complexions such as slibber-slabbers is a weakness and infirmity in itself. Who can say whether such men as use them be sound or no? It being a great dishonesty and unseemly sight to see a man painted who perchance had a reasonable good natural complexion of his own, though when he hath by nature those colours proper to him, he should besoot his face with the same paintings, so that his face, which he thinks doth so much commend him, should be made of ointments, greasy ingredients, and slabber sauces, or done by certain powders, oxgals, lees, latherings, and other such sluttish and beastly confections. For beside that, they are effeminate actions, fitting only wanton wenches and light housewives. Here he draws on gender differences, condemning men who wear cosmetics as worse than women, and again underscores his point with the descriptions of medical processes. He cites some physicians, mostly him, to suggest that painting is bad for the health, cause weakness and infirmity, but deliberately invites the reader to read these words in their moral and even cognitive sense, questioning whether such men be sound or no. Bulwer continues to suggest that the dishonesty of cosmetics, going against the good natural complexion, where a face becomes made of ointments, greasy ingredients, oxgals. In highlighting the physical presence of these ingredients, Bulwer blurs the application of such ointments with their physical embodiment. He also cites an embodied reaction in accusing Roman dames of possessing sundry kinds of colours and compositions for hiding their deformities, the very sight and smell whereof was able to turn a man's stomach. Here the cosmetic creations are labelled as effeminate actions, aligning both an active process of creation and an association with women, and dubious women at that. Bulwer's alignment of medicine, cosmetics, and artifice with effeminacy not only comments on gendered expectations, but critiques the domestic creation of slibber-slabbers, or medicines, as a socially and culturally established role for women, who, despite being excluded from official forms of medical education, were often placed in charge of their family's health. As K.R. Waddington has argued, they were expected to practice some form of medicine as a domestic art, and had an active role in looking after the sick. And in practice, there was little distinction between recipe and remedy books, and many include receipts for meals, medicines, and cosmetics in the same text. To understand how Bulwer crafts the moral medico judgment here, we need to examine the greasy ingredients he includes as a medical and moral practitioner. Slabber sauces do exist, contain various sloppy ingredients, and an 18th century recipe lists palm oil, flour, water, and pepper. Powders were common as cosmetics, often made of pearl, chalk, or, for those of a lower budget, flour. Oxgals, that is the gall or bile of an ox, were used in various medicines, including those for gout, aches, and worms, and would certainly have been familiar to Bulwer. The use of gall in cosmetic remedies is also widespread, and William Salmon notes the use of oxgal in the Family Dictionary. It is a singular good thing against worms in the face and skin, cankers in the mouth and gums and pimples, scurf, morphew, freckles, tanning, the wind and air and sunburnings and any other deformities of the cutis. Miracle cure. There is also this example in Jane Taylor's manuscript remedy book, circa 1685, to make a fair face. Take the gall of a kid, joys of dock, roots of elecampane, flowers of beans, make an ointment. The inclusion of this very specific ingredient in reference to cosmetics suggests Bulwer's awareness and critique of domestic medical practices. The term lees, meaning the leftover sediment of wine used in medicine, offers another duplicitous interpretation, as the phrase was also used to express corruption, baseness, the dregs, as well as being a homonym to lie. Following this with sluttish and beastly confections, Bulwer suggests that not only the use but the creation of such products is directly tied to falsity, degradation, and sloppy morals. Far from distinguishing the medicinal and cosmetic as differing intentions, Bulwer is intentionally drawing associations between the material products and their use and their users, recognizing and underlining this dichotomy. They suppress and smother their sins by paintings and unnatural helps to unlawful ends, do not deliver themselves of the plague, but they do hide the markers and infect others, and wrestle against God's notifications of their former sins. The invention of black patches, wherein the French showed their witty pride, which could so cunningly turn blotches into beauty and make ugliness handsome. Yet in the point of fantasticalness we may excuse that nation as having taken up that fashion rather for necessity than novelty, inasmuch as those French pimples have need of a French plaster. Bulwer highlights the necessity of French plasters for the French pox or syphilis. Roy Porter has claimed that many beauty products, particularly fashionable patches, were made to mask the signs of disease, and smallpox and syphilis in particular. According to N.F. Lau, some of the medical treatments required skin plasters to hold a curative unction in place. Lau suggests that the treatment of the French pox was often mercury-based, and it could be mixed with turpentine in a mortar until a black or brown powder was obtained, and when applied to the sore, it would resemble a beauty spot. It is clear that the commixture of creation and self-creation, disguising marks and potentially sexually transmitted diseases, continue to influence the judgment of cosmetic and medical practices and the preference for the natural. Bulwer directly addresses this connection in his comparison of cosmetic use with adultery. The vile thing it is, saith one, thus to force the wrong nature with birdlime, chalk, daubing, and such trash, plainly marring all the beauty they have of nature, growing foul with making themselves fair. A gross folly is to change the natural beauty and seek after painting. The crime of adultery is in a manner more tolerable, for their chastity is corrupted, and here nature is forced. St. Ambrose of such a one, thou defacest the features of God if thou cover thy face with painting. Again, Bulwer is drawing on socio-medical terms, using birdlime to imply the sticky substance for trapping birds, but it was also a medical ingredient used for ulcers and sores. The distinction that adultery is more tolerable than artifice, and the hierarchical treatment of nature over chastity, reads as hyperbolic, but Bulwer doubles down on those that force and wrong nature. Bulwer's heavy-handed critique of cosmetics and immorality was then subsequently challenged in John Gordon's A Discourse of Auxiliary Beauty, which was first published in 1656. Gordon claims, I cannot say, but believe that this gracious God has expressly forbidden all such additionals to beauty as abominable as idolatry, theft, lying, murder, and adultery, which some men have passionately, but very impotently pretended. Gordon's text, written as a dialogue and a series of objections and answers between two ladies, clearly engages with the debates surrounding the pros and cons of cosmetic use, and the changing attitudes beginning to head into the 18th century. The text was reissued in 1662 and 1692 as a discourse of artificial beauty, and finally as several letters between two ladies in 1701. Patricia Philippi suggests that Gordon uses custom as a reason to justify rather than reject makeup, and defends cosmetics as a point of a woman's own conscience. The text argues that if a woman is virtuous and can use cosmetics without falling into sinful behaviours, then she is justified in her use. Gordon continues to address Bulwer's comments in his Objection 5. But, madam, I have been informed by some divines and other godly Christians that painting the face or adding to our handsomeness in the point of complexion is directly against the 7th commandment, which forbidding to commit adultery with others as the highest essential degree of sin in that kind, doth also forbid the means and occasions with the necessary tending to or studiously intended that evil end, all leading others or exposing ourselves into temptations of animus folly and adding to our comeliness. Then, when either God or in our formation or age or infirmity have brought us, as it were, into the safe harbour or retreat of deformity, either naturally or accidental. The association of painting or adding to our comeliness with adultery ties cosmetics to sexual promiscuity. Through Gordon's first speaker, the loss or lack of beauty is therefore welcomed as a retreat of deformity, to protect against sexual temptation and to avoid any unwanted attention. The possibility of leading others to commit adultery is given here as a reason to avoid beautifying or exposing ourselves by art on new hazards altogether. But challenging the objection, the answer reads more rationally. But yet, dear madam, this patience or contentedness of spirit, which only forbids us all unlawful remedies or wicked endeavours for relief, is no hindrance to pious and ingenuous industry, by which we not only may, but ought to use all those means, spiritual, natural, and civil, as prayer, good counsel, physic, and the like applications, which are as holy as they may be wholesome, to remove or remedy any pain, sickness, maim, misfortune, or inconvenience which happens to us in our health, strength, motions, or estates, and why not also in our looks, beauties, and complexions, wherein women do think themselves as much concerned as in their riches, health, or almost life itself. Here there is a careful balance of religious reasoning and practicality, where the use of both prayer and physic to remove or remedy any pain are no hindrance to piety. Perhaps the most significant acknowledgement here is that a woman's looks can be important to herself, and that she should not be judged for wanting to preserve them as she would her health. With its focus on female autonomy and women's right to use cosmetics without accusation, the text offers readers the chance to address concerns involving cosmetic use without altogether condemning or praising the practice. Furthermore, Gordon's text highlights the issues and concerns regarding artificial beauty and temptation are equally true of natural beauty. What your ladyship objects, that the use of any artificial beauty may be an occasion to another sin, a snare and temptation to them, truly so may all outward adornings, and the most innocent native beauty may be a bait to the devil's hooks. The response suggests that physical beauty of any kind may lead to temptation, and so the responder suggests a difference of intent between those sober women and those who would purposefully tempt others with their beauty. The 7th commandment forbids only the abuse of things by deprived and adulterous minds, not the use of them to sober and civil ends. The response continues to outline the hypocrisy of comparing adultery with the enhancement of the face, but not with, for example, the use of artificial limbs or products that help to alter or correct an individual's natural body, such as washing or using perfumes, or those helps and remedies which both God and nature have prepared and liberally offered to both civil and religious use of them. The response draws to a close, stating, "The honestest beauty in its native simplicity may be as a bait, though it must not purposefully set the devil's traps or snares. Nay, on the contrary, the use of some pretty artificial reliefs to nature may be a great means to keep, as ourselves, from the temptations of envy and discountenance, which is always attended with discontent. In suggesting that using cosmetics or artificial reliefs may actually increase piety by avoiding the envy of others, the argument of Objective 5 moves to give women a greater sense of power in their negotiation of beauty and virtue. However, the problem with virtue is that despite what physiognomists might say, it is not visible on the skin's surface. The contrast between Buller and Gordon's opinions on artificial beauty lies in this blurred matter of perception. Beauty products, sex, and medicine are mangled in the socio-cultural judgments that try and place largely grey area concepts into black or white. The use of medical examples in these two texts highlight the way that alterations to nature can be seen to conflict with the assumption that beauty is a sign of goodness and artifice is bad. To draw this paper to a close, I want to consider a publication from 1662 that Jane just mentioned, which responds to both Bulwer and Gordon's texts. So Smith's A Wonder of Wonders. There is a witty discourse not long since published of artificial beauty, wherein many reasons are strongly urged for toleration of painting women's faces in some sort, wherein their beautiful complexions are thereby the more illustrated. But those arguments will not serve their turn. For who produced them on behalf of the black spotting faces, whereby their comely complexions are deformed, the one tending to correct nature, which in some sort may be tolerable, the other to destroy nature, which is in no sort to be admitted. But although the one may be more tolerable than the other in their several respects, yet neither of them are commendable, being both counterfeits. The authors note the difference between correcting and destroying nature through spotting. With the patch's numerous uses, both medicinal and cosmetic, the response attempts a recognition that one may be more tolerable, but concludes that both are counterfeits. While there is recognition that distinguishing between cosmetic and medical practices is difficult, but might perhaps allow for some level of toleration, treating the skin continues to be underpinned by accusations of immorality, vanity, and deception. However, in acknowledging dermatological and medical knowledge, it is evident that the questioning of the skin's moral ambiguity was significantly impacted by the ongoing empirical approaches to the epidermis, whether it was black, white, bespotted, or not. Thank you.
Well, thank you to our three panellists in session 2. We will now have time for a few questions. If anyone has one, otherwise, I'll start while you all think, oh no, this one at the back, that's fine.
Thank you guys so much for these talks. I have a question for Oliver, Jane, and Kate. Do you see groups, like physicians, for example, who are kind of positioning themselves as expert bodily readers and that they can see through these patches that are added to maybe conceal illness or moral turpitude or something? Thank you.
I'm certainly looking at physicians as bodily readers. I'm sorry. There we go, someone. Is that okay? Yeah. I'm certainly looking at physicians as bodily readers in my wider project, and I can report that that's a framework that's used for thinking about what doctors do in diagnosis in particular, and exactly trying to see inside the body. I haven't thought about it in relation to the patches, so I wonder whether that's...
I'm mostly an 18th century, so I look at the responses in the 18th century where I think they're a little more tolerable of patching. But I tend to find the physician responses to these kind of cultural readings of the body tend to try and be as sort of stoic as possible and try to apply the logic. So Bulwer kind of stands out in that way. He's really heavily, and criticising from a moral sense, and actually, he is a practicing physician. And so it does kind of sit a bit strangely in that tradition, whereas most medical writers that I've been working with will actually sort of approach those kind of social concepts a little bit, sort of from a outward view. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much for your wonderful papers. I wondered if you could just speak a little bit more, perhaps, about the composition of both the two women painting and the woodblock print. In Bulwer's work, you talked a lot about kind of the left and right positioning of the figures, and perhaps the kind of authorial voice being linked to the positioning of the figure who is speaking, or perhaps through who the author is speaking through. And I thought perhaps that would be something interesting to just dwell upon for a moment.
I will start as I have the microphone, but I will also say that the printing is obviously a woodcut. And so when woodcuts are made, they would have been copied directly and then it's inverted when it's printed. So I think whoever has created the woodcut has obviously thought ahead. It's going to be the opposite way around what they've done it, so they've just copied it directly into the engraving, and it's turned out to be the wrong way around in the book. Equally, the painting could have come from woodcuts.
Yeah, just to add, this is a point that really intrigues me, and I don't know whether anyone has sympathy for my speculation that, as in the woodcut, the black face is looking towards the white figure. I mean, we could read her mouth is open a little bit. We could read that as a speaking face. And if we did that, I wonder what that would suggest to us about the ordering of those two artifacts. And I don't know whether that would put pressure on our sense of chronology or could add to that in any way. But is it possible that the woodcut, exactly reversed as a printing technique, is a response to the painting? Something I've been thinking I'd love to hear during the course of the day.
Hi, thank you. There was a little bit of a hint in this, especially in the last paper, but considering that in the late 18th century, patches, especially in France, as it was hinted at, actually become a status symbol. They're popular. It's a good thing, essentially. I'm curious, too, then, in the 17th century, then how are they, how are they addressing the fact that in the 16th century, late 16th century, especially Queen Elizabeth, was very much applying, paint and makeup, and it was very fashionable. So I'm curious, do you think it's just a religious reaction that really changed things to where in the 17th century, suddenly it's a bad thing, versus it seems a little bit like before and after, it's much more tolerated?
Yeah, in a sense, I agree. But I think even Elizabeth was sort of slated for wearing makeup by some people anyway. There are going to be kind of moral approaches to disguising the face no matter what time period it is. There are times, obviously, going through the 17th century where maybe cosmetics are kind of getting a different reputation, and particularly when you get the Restoration, and those, you get people on the stage and make it kind of loses some of that depravity. There are pious people, there are good women and men using cosmetics. There are equally bad people using cosmetics. So there is a constant duality between what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. In my work, particularly in the 18th century, I do a lot of that sort of negotiating between the beautiful that is good and the beautiful that is bad, and how those are sort of bred in the face. So cosmetics become both a means of expressing your goodness and telling the world that I am beautiful. This is what I should look like, even though I've got pimples, or I don't want that to be encoded into what I feel as my soul. And then you get the opposite of that, when people are trying to actively cover up, the signs of perhaps sexual deviancy or disease. It's a really muddy concept of who is doing what. I think that continues even to this day, really. I think there's always been people against cosmetics. Always been people for cosmetics.
Can I just add something to that? Just briefly to say that I completely agree with that, and I think sometimes that sense of opposition, some people are doing this in a good way, sometimes it's bad, is often quite class-inflected, that noble ladies who are pure within are quite justified in beautifying their exteriors. But it's almost like sumptuary laws with clothing that actually it's transgressive of status for people who are less privileged to be trying to look like their betters.
while you do that, I just want to ask you, all three of you were really talking about the ability to deceive, disguise, transform the body through, well, often through cosmetics, but also you can do this through dress. And I wonder, you know, and the anxiety that goes with that the onlooker, the person that's encountered, is unable to see through the artifice and is deceived. And what does that say about people's ability or inability to read bodies? Like, what does that? I just wonder if any of you want to reflect or think about that in any way.
Yeah, okay, so this is what I do.
Yeah, right, there you go. Casey, perfect.
So, a lot of the work I do into beauty is surrounding perception, and the judgment of beauty is almost entirely in the eye of the beholder. And that beholder has sort of varying levels of ability to read what a face truly means. And you know, if you were physically attracted to a person, you might associate their physicality with sex. You know, you're going to read those signs as, you know, they're attractive, they must be giving us some kind of, you know, that must be a reflection of their soul if I feel physically attracted to them. Whereas if you saw somebody you thought, oh, they're really virtuous, they look very innocent, that response is also, oh, okay, I feel like that's an innocent person, you know, because I'm having that embodied response to the way they look. And that kind of gets conceptualized, and that's how bodies end up being read by the person. The whole 18th century argument that your intellectual ability and your matter of taste is purely responsible for the way you react to people's bodies, and people who are more intelligent are better at reading faces, apparently. It's a class thing again, isn't it? Again.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. I think that what I'm finding in my larger project is that it is a point of almost constant anxiety in this period that you might not be getting it right when you look at someone, that you don't really know who they are. I think that's why so much text and so many images that deal with this are generated. It was important both as a social necessity day to day. How do you make yourself, position yourself as the better, more insightful reader in a particular social interaction? How do you curate the text that you are putting across, as well as really looking beyond what the other person wants you to read in there and seeing some kind of truthful text that you might imagine is inside them? But also it's a spiritual necessity as well. How do you achieve salvation if you can't, see God in the objects in the world and see the right and true spiritual nature of people around you? So I think it was crucial and seen as extremely difficult thing to do.
And in the case of the Manish woman and the Mormonish man, the dialogue that begins with them both not recognizing the other and both being a bit startled that the other one didn't. And there is the class distinction. The more money you have, the more you can afford to completely disguise, to completely transform, which is why the fathers and husbands who provide them with this money are considered to be as damned as they are. So, complete
Do you want to read it?
Okay, so if we take the two women wearing cosmetic patches to be a polemical painting, to what extent do you think that it warns of a literal or physical transformation that might occur if individuals continue to engage in exotic and sinful practices? Or is it warning more against an internal transformation?
ideas on race is imagination becoming spermicide transmitted from father and son. I believe that there could be even a danger here of the constant application of patches becoming something that then becomes transferred from generation to generation. You no longer have that kind of end. I've done this, but it becomes that imagination, consumption drives transformation.
That's fascinating. I've been thinking about it more inwardly and spiritually, so that's very enriching to hear which can become disciplines.
I mean, I'm not an art historian, I will just say that. But yeah, the way I would read the picture is through that. We use the phrase borrowing, and it does feel very much like, because the patches, although they're not really patches, the brushstrokes are a bit messy, it feels like they're taking something from each other, swapping the skills. Well, that's how I read it and trying to look at this painting. So yeah, I think it's still open for interpretation, and I can see this as, yes, it's meant to be a warning, and obviously take her to the devil. But these women have still chosen to patch. There are still there's lyrics that we can hang on to. That they do have some sense of autonomy, and they are owning their own look. And yeah, it is the outsiders, it is us looking at the painting who are seeing the words behind them and judging them. Whereas they perhaps are not seeing what we're seeing, or they're not giving up on ideas that we are receiving to have.
Our last question. First of all, thank you all, everyone who's spoken, for taking us so deep into this painting and unpacking it for us. Forgive me if I missed this, but I wondered if you could focus a lot on the patches, and it seems to be in a context of women's behaviors being modulated, controlled, restrained. And I wonder, are the patches a minor detail within that discourse? I mean, it just seems like such a specific thing. I mean, were patches this huge thing as part of that policing of women? Or are you able to fold that into a bigger context of how women's behaviors, clothing, fashions, beauty protocols were being discussed in the culture of the time?
I think that's a brilliant question, and it's helped me to immediately see things a bit differently, because I think on the one hand, this issue is set within a much broader array of so many things that women did that were just wrong, almost everything, basically. But at the same time, I think it's helpful to think about why this particular instance, even though it's something so small in particular, really catches fire in the sort of anti-female discourse of the period. And it does become a particular focus that's kind of, out of proportion with how we might view it amongst the things that women were doing at the time. So I think it's partly both. And I think it's very specifically, as far as I see it, the racial connotations of the blackness of the patches, as well as those other, satanic and black magic kind of ideas that make it so rich for polemicists of the time.
I think just as a simple answer, it's also the easiest to see. In someone's face, you could maybe not quite tell if someone was wearing rouge or wearing cosmetics or wear their dress, the way they're dressed, but a big patch on someone's face is very, you would notice it. And so I think it's quite easy to kind of grasp onto that. Like, look at these women, with these patches, you can see them from, down the street with them on. So I think it becomes a very visual example. And there's also, there's quite a lot of effort in putting a patch on. If you're cutting it out, you have to buy them, you're making your own. So maybe it's the sort of cost and time that someone is taking to look supposedly ridiculous, or to literally mark their skin.
I think that's a brilliant point about it being uncertain sometimes with women wearing makeup. Giovanni Battista Della Porta has some kind of recipes for men to use to tell if a woman is wearing makeup. And there's one that you kind of fill in with a particular kind of smoke. And the best part is it's going to touch the makeup black or brown. So then you see what's going on.
That whole reaction of custom betrayed freedom. freedom and slavery, the ultimate freedom becomes the ultimate slavery of damnation. So the application of paint then becomes an outward exhibit of the unnaturalness of what you're doing, and becomes slavish rather than a freedom, rather than an exhibit of choice.
And I think too, Martina, the patching, part of the prevalence and I think the anxiety that's concomitant with that is that it does cross gender divides, if you find me marrying them. It does cross class boundaries, and not only does it cross class boundaries, just in terms of, but it crosses over from elite women in court right through to prostitutes, with then that idea of the diseased body being conflated with the beautiful, sort of the hierarchical elite body, if you will. And I think that's part of to go with your point about it being so obvious, that it is a way of calling out all of that stuff, but at the very heart of it is about disguise and artifice. So I was thinking about other things that have been called into question, yellow lace is one, women wearing mesh hats is another. These are sort of quite clear examples where there is a lot of furor around women should not be doing this and it's outrageous. But I wonder if what you're saying about the visual potency, which I think is such an interesting point, is part of why that's pulled out in that way, but also the prevalence that it can cross all those genders, classes, and class in terms of both what you do for a living and where you fit within the hierarchy too. Just equalising, yeah.
I just wanted to add one thing which I think is interesting within the context is, as we talked about the kind of polemical nature of the painting, and it's sitting more kind of with pamphlets and woodcuts than it is with portraiture, because Karen Hearn points out that in this period you very rarely see women in portraits with patches, and that there are the odd mole, but it's pretty obvious that it's a mole and not a patch. And I think that also then speaks to class as well, because these are women who are being portrayed in their portraits at their finest, they're most pure, and therefore they're not going to be wearing patches, whereas there's polemical text perhaps again looking at a different class of woman in this depiction.
Which you go back to the prevalence point, right? That if you're trying to disseminate media and messaging,
going back to this idea of prevalence, that if you're trying to disseminate an idea or particularly an idea of censure, that you're going to use print publication rather than a painted portrait to try and get your message out. And of course we can't forget that the 1650s is the time of the beginnings really of what we could maybe call mass media. Popular newspapers are happening, your ability to get news and print material from London all the way up through the country and actually to the burgeoning beginnings of England's colonies in this is the time period that's happening. So that's absolutely, I think, part of the yes.
And just one more point I wanted to put out there for people to linger on maybe a bit more as well, not just to pull Hesketh's painting right back to Lancashire, but also to the date. And this, of course, is this period when England's just gone through this horrific experience of civil war, where it really is, where people were paranoid because you did have to nail your colours on the mast and toe the Puritan line. So I think, that also speaks to thinking back to Alice Rigby or whomever it was directed at, that this, is perhaps the extremist tone that wouldn't really make quite so much sense taken out of that context, but makes perfect sense at that place and at that time in England.
Can I just add that over the course of Jessica's conservation treatment, when the discard varnish was removed, it became apparent to us that the white woman is wearing cosmetic. She's artificially white, her cheeks are artificially rouged, and ditto her lips are extremely red. And obviously this is not a point of contention in the prophesizing accusation made by a woman of colour, but it's very much there, and thanks to Jessica's treatment, far more legible than it was before.
Thank you. And on that, I'm going to just sort of close us off, even though I know there's lots of things more to say, but we're going to take a break for lunch, and I welcome you all back for our keynote discussion, which will happen immediately thereafter with Erin Griffey, Jill Burke, and Evelyn Welsh. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break. I am delighted to be introducing our keynote conversation. We have three fabulous speakers coming together who will each give a short presentation before opening it up to conversation amongst themselves and then questions from you all and our audience who are joining us online. So, Erin Griffey is Associate Professor of Art History at the University of Auckland and a Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries. She is a specialist in early modern visual and material culture and is particularly interested in aspects of adornment and display. Her current research relates to beauty culture in early modern Europe, with a forthcoming monograph entitled Facing Decay, Beauty, Wrinkles and Anti-Aging Cosmetics in Early Modern Europe, coming out with Penn State University Press. As part of this research, she has, since 2019, been collaborating with colleagues in the Department of Chemistry at the University of Auckland to analyse and recreate early modern beauty recipes. Jill Burke is Chair of Renaissance Visual and Material Cultures in the School of History, Classics and Archaeology at the University of Edinburgh. She has published widely on the history of the body and its visual representation, particularly in early modern Italy, and her most recent book is How to Be a Renaissance Woman, The Untold History of Beauty and Female Creativity, published last year by Wellcome Collection. Current research includes forthcoming articles that investigate women's knowledge inherent in cosmetic recipe texts and how apothecaries organise materials by viscosity. Evelyn Welsh has published widely on Renaissance Italy and the history of pharmacy and medicine. She has taught throughout the UK, including having spent 10 years at Queen Mary University of London, where she was a member of the English Department, Dean of Arts, and finally, Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Research and International, and at King's College London, where she was in the History Department, as well as serving as the Provost for Arts and Sciences. She is now President of the University of Bristol and Professor of Renaissance Studies. She has recently submitted the manuscript of Renaissance Skin, the result of her Wellcome Trust Senior Investigator Award. This will be published, very excitingly, as an open access monograph by Manchester University Press in the spring of next year. So please welcome Erin Griffey.
Thank you very much, Gemma. It is fitting that this keynote conversation is a dialogue amongst women. Throughout history, women have been presented as not only beauty consumers, but beauty experts. This was embedded in knowledge and hands-on experience. Recipes recorded or attributed to Cleopatra, Trotta, Caterina Sforza, and Marie Murdrek, amongst many others, attest to the textual tradition. But the oral tradition was just as much, if not more important. Queens, noblewomen, and a vibrant network of old women, courtesans, and unnamed women were also accorded expertise and experience. In early modern Europe, female cosmetic experts were represented in fictional dialogues and dramatic works, and women were addressed directly in books of beauty recipes. So this conversation reminds us that talking about beauty, sharing beauty secrets, recipes, and acknowledging sources is very much rooted in a female tradition. Looking at the Compton Verney portrait, we can see that it too depicts a visual dialogue between women. It also seems to incite a conversation with the viewer, and I was most interested to hear an Ed Towns talk today about a potential viewer in Alice. With an inscribed voice and rhetorical gesture, the picture speaks. The conversation is also communicated in shared pose and dress elements, black and white. The women wear their expertise in adornment, in their curls, pearls, silks, and skins. As we have heard today, female cosmetic usage was also very much inflected with questions of morality. Comparisons can be made with the conversations between women about dress and cosmetics, their use and misuse, narrated in early modern texts and thematized in images. The inscription on the Compton Verney painting clearly implicates female virtue. The frequent use of the term honest in relation to early modern beauty treatments suggests the importance of morality for female cosmetic users. Perhaps because negative cosmetic usage was associated with prostitutes and deception, it was essential for writers to provide a rationale for honest women. The exhorting, or as I've now learned, the terror gesture of the woman that insists that we look closely and canvass the nature of these two women's beauty. This gesture signals that they are not embodiments of this ideal, natural, honest beauty. From antiquity, beauty production has been embedded in networks, a point very much emphasized in Gemma's paper. Networks, social networks, especially the exchange of practices, recipes, and formulas, textual networks, cultural networks, and trade networks. Several of these play out in this picture, which unfortunately we don't know the current location, and hence why you're seeing it in black and white. And this is by a female artist, Louise Hollandine of the Palatinate. And as you can see, it shows an elite woman tended at her toilette by a group of ladies. Okay, I'll stay here for a minute. The youthful ladies embody beauty. They are shown fashioning beauty for an older woman using the objects on the table. Let's look at the objects. There's a book complete with spectacles, presumably a book of beauty recipes, pearls, pens, scissors, a hairpin, and small jars that might have contained ointments. They comb the seated woman's freshly curled hair and attach feathers while she admires her reflection in a mirror. As the picture demonstrates, textual knowledge, crafting hands, and material goods are all necessary to achieve beauty. Images of the lady at her toilette present beautifying as a shared female experience, as a performative site of natural and artificial beauty, knowledge and materiality, agency and seduction. The tools and results of beautification are on show. Hair that has been coiffed into curls, skin anointed with waters and ointments, glistening silk garments pinned and draped into place, and of course jewelry. Pearls not only set against their skin, but loose pearls on the table awaiting application. Note how the older woman is actively engaged in her own beautification. She holds instruments, possibly hairpins, while the other beauty tools are right at her fingertips. So that voila moment of admiring her reflection and the young beauty's no doubt declaring her beauty is imminent. George Glover's engraving of Sight on the left depicts a beautiful lady admiring her reflected form at exactly that moment of final display. Her manicured curly hair, her perfectly formed facial features, clear skin, and well-proportioned body. Touching her pearl necklace, her gesture connects her mirrored reflection with shiny pearls and luminous skin. Her fine clothing, rendered to suggest silk, also invites her and our admiration. This inscription is also addressed in the first person, and it locates her beauty in her dress and her skin. Quote, "How do you like me, gallants, in this dress?" Inspecting herself in the mirror as if answering the question, she concludes, "In face or habit, I no fault can spy." Beauty demands not only to be seen, but measured. A similar dynamic plays out in the image on the right, and this is a detail of the 1686 recipe book entitled The Accomplished Lady's Delight. Here, in the context of this book for English housewives, readers are shown the tools and wonders that await them. Health and its handmaiden beauty are at their feminine fingertips. The mid-17th century dialogue that Katie discussed in the last paper before we had lunch, the discourse of artificial beauty in point of conscience between two ladies. And this is a later edition that includes this frontispiece. So the edition that Katie showed didn't have the frontispiece. And you can see here, it too puts female beauty discourses center stage. Just like the Compton Verney portrait, we see two women in a kind of dialogue. The mirror in the background points to a domestic space of beautification and transformation, physically and morally. The women share some physical resemblance, but the one on the left is elegantly, fashionably attired in silk, pearls, and curls, and gestures with a fan. The other woman, soberly garbed and with uncurled hair, points with one hand and rests her other on a book that may be intended to be a Bible. This dialogue, too, warrants comparison with the Compton Verney picture. There are many other visual examples of moralizing beauty dialogues between women, often juxtaposing young and old women. This is a 16th century emblem of youth and age, in which a decaying old woman insistently points to the younger woman who gestures with a bloom on the right. This powerful image contrasts youth and age with particular visual relish. It draws on some of the themes in the Compton Verney portrait, implicitly and explicitly, including the female dialogue, the interest in bodily contrast, and the moral resonances about the fading nature of youthful beauty. In the context of the Compton Verney picture, we should also canvass Peter Lilly's portraits of ladies at the court of Charles II, a group known as the Windsor Beauties. This one, depicting Frances Stuart, was eulogized for her beauty. Seeing her in 1663, Pepys singled out her beauty amongst other women of the court, lingering in his description, not just on her facial features, but her dress. Her pearls, curls, silks, and skin may point to artful adornment, but she seems to inhabit beauty without artifice. Her fair skin is not a white mask with heavy-handed blush, like the woman in the Compton Verney work. Her skin, Frances's, has a smooth and creamy finish with a gentle flush. The natural look was not acquired with paint, but with what we would today call skincare. Distilled waters were extolled for their beautifying benefits, including May Dew. Here, again, Pepys provides insight. He records that his wife was taught by Mrs. Turner to use May Dew, again, evidence of female networks, and that it was, quote, the only thing in the world to wash her face with, end quote. And I have become obsessed with May Dew, and if you want to know how to acquire it, I can explain later. So to conclude, early modern women, from reigning queens to consorts, mademoiselles to middle-class housewives, faced social and cultural pressures about their physical appearance. Beauty was synonymous with youth. They were expected to have smooth, blemish-free, white skin with rosy cheeks, and this should appear natural, a glowing manifestation of honest beauty and good health, physically and morally, and not an artificial painted mask. It is certainly notable in the context of the Compton Verney picture that both women are young. At this time, female beauty was thought to peak between the ages of 15 and 25. a period that coincided with the onset of menstruation and thus fertility, as well as marriage and childbirth. These women seem to fit within this age bracket, a time when the stakes were so high for them to be deemed honestly beautiful, honestly healthy. So this is a dialogue between two young women who should be at the peak of their physical health and natural beauty, but are morally compromised by their cultivation of artificial adornment. The centrality of race and class to this gender dialogue makes the Compton Verney picture so ripe for analysis, which will be an important aspect of our discussion that follows.
Hey, so like Erin, a lot of the things I'm going to talk about, you'll have seen them earlier. You'll probably see them later too in Evelyn's paper. I just want to say I'm very, very delighted to be here and to thank Gemma for organising it. What an amazing painting, and how many interesting things are coming out of just looking at this one work. I prevaricated about what I was going to talk about briefly to you now. And basically, I thought I'll talk about books, hair dye and spots. And this is because I'm interested in the relationship, which has come up several times in the earlier papers, between the outside and the inside, between exterior beauty and interior virtue. But I'm going to start, if I can get this to move. Okay. I'm going to start with an image of very different image of two women from a similar period to our painting. These are two famously beautiful sisters, and they were famous for their beauty in the 17th century, the Mancini sisters, who were raised in the French court. I'm not very good at left and right. On the left, you can see Marie Mancini, who had just found her match, her husband, and she's reading her younger sister, Hortense Mancini's palm, and telling her that she's going to make an even better match later on. The younger sister here is a paragon of unornamented beauty in their pose and a dress that comes straight from Titian's playbook of Venetian belle donne, beautiful women of the previous century, of the early 16th century, with her chemise showing ample swathes of clear skin on her upper chest, a tilted head, and naturally blushing cheeks. And blushing was very important in the 17th and 18th century in England. Compared to the rich dress of her sister, her body is explicitly free of ornamentation. The use of palm reading here suggests a relationship, however, between the outside of the body and the tales it tells of individual fate and character. And ornament can disrupt this reading. Because what interests me about patches particularly is their explicitly, unapologetically ornamental character. Physicians, to know something about the history of beauty, it's interesting to understand the role that physicians played. And this is a well-established fact now, that physicians were very important in creating and advising on cosmetic recipes, particularly from about the mid-16th century. Cosmetic beauty was taught at the University of Padua from around the 1550s. So this is something that was part of physicians' training. Padua is a centre for physicians' training all over Europe, so this isn't just an Italian thing. Now, what physicians would advise was not paint, but was this natural beauty, this skincare that Erin was talking about, or beautifying physic, which is one of Culpeper's phrases in a book of the 1650s. The book that I'm very interested in, I'm going to talk about a bit today, is this one, Artificial Embellishments or Art's Best Directions, How to Preserve Beauty or Procure It. And this has been attributed to, I should say, a physician called Thomas Jameson, who was later to become Professor of Anatomy at Wadham College and was a Bachelor in Medicine in 1664. And this came out in 1665 in the context of the plague in London, when Charles II's court all came to Oxford so they didn't have to catch the plague. And it's likely that he was opportunistically printing a text that might be appreciated by the women of that court, of the Restoration Court. English texts, beauty manuals, recipe manuals are relatively rare compared to their continental counterparts. So in Italy, you have cosmetic manuals that are manuscript manuals starting from the later 15th century. I'm showing you a couple here to the right of the slide. And on the left, we have probably the first printed book of beauty recipes, the Corona delle Donne, which is a small pamphlet, which could have been bought for pennies on the market square of Venice in the 1520s. And if you want to know more about them, you can look at my book, which does talk about this. So this is and these are very influential. I'll talk a bit more about that on Jameson. But this is Jameson's Index, and it's a really fascinating book. It's available online if you want to look more and even try some of the recipes. He basically divides his book into 4 parts. The first part is about the body and how the body can be beautified and kept clean, bathing and so on. The second part is of the head, neck and breasts, and the third of the arms, hands, legs and feet, and the fourth about perfume. So he's basically going down from the very top of the head to the bottom of the feet, quite literally, and giving you recipes of how to improve them. And his very entertaining prefaces tell women exactly what's wrong with them and how terrible it will be if they don't follow his advice. So Jameson's book is very dependent on this text, which is my obsession, Gli Ornamenti delle Donne, by an Italian physician, a Venetian physician called Giovanni Marinello. And this came out in 1562. And one of the things I've been doing recently is looking at every single copy of this book that's available and extant to see what marks readers have made on it. And in Oxford, there's a very interesting copy of Marinello that may have been used by Jameson. It's got annotations, I'll come back to that. It's got annotations on it by a physician. Seemingly Latin annotations. A lot of these have Latin annotations. Most of these books that have readers' notes were owned by physicians or apothecaries, though some, like this one, were owned by women. So we do know that women used this book probably in their homes. And the importance of Marinello is that it's not just one recipe and another recipe. It's a whole program for improving the body. So has a very kind of similar heft and weight and explanations to how-to books today. This one, Jameson differs from Marinello in a few ways, because it's after all 100 years later, right? So fashions change. And one of the ways that he differs is about hair colour. In Italy, 16th century Italy, you had to have like honey blonde hair. This was meant to indicate a perfect, fertile, obedient temperament, such as any man might like to marry. In the 17th century England, that hair, and you'll see from Jameson's text here, indicated, I'll just show you back in. So he says here that yellow hair was very much in request among the ancients, yet now this colour is loaded with obloquy, for 'tis a fancy generally received that the locks can never sparkle with golden flames without, except there to be some cherishing beat of lust within. So if you had blonde hair, this indicated that you were a lusty person. And so basically he advised dyeing it dark, and the question is, does dyeing your hair darker make you less lusty? Or does it just make people think you're less lusty? What's the purpose of this? And I think this is a very interesting question in how cosmetics is meant to work. The interest in this kind of telling things about the inside of the body. Oh, and I should say, the other thing that's really interesting about this Marinello book is that it has what looks like marks made by hair that has possibly been dyed in the book. So it looks like, I'll need to do some more work on that, but it seems that there's someone has been dyeing their hair and got some of the dye on the book as they were using it. So physiognomy, this pseudoscience of physiognomy became very popular from about the mid-16th century in Italy and was very popular still in the mid-17th century in England. And you've seen the inside of this book, Saunders' Physiognomy, Chiromancy and Metoposcopy before. And it's really fascinating. It's illustrated, and everything on the face and on the body in this book can render secrets of the inside. So I'll give you just an example here. You've seen the image to the right before in Jane's paper, but here if you look on the left, he is interpreting different lines, different wrinkles on the forehead to tell you significant things about their character. So the lady on the lower left is going to has a good favourable set of lines. On another page, there's another lady who looks like it says she's going to die on the gallows. All sorts of things, really extraordinary interpretations. And the same goes with moles and spots. So moles and spots indicate something about your character and something about how your life is going to go. So beauty spots disrupt in a very overt way, disrupt this idea of how the body can talk to people who are reading this, because what's covering the spots? The motivation for using beauty spots is clear. The stakes are very high for women to be beautiful. It can completely revolutionise your fortunes if you make a good match or if you don't make a good match. And these are quotes from a really interesting article by Tim Ranker-Williams that I won't read out, but basically they talk about women's fears of losing their beauty or their daughters losing their beauty before making a match. And so it's not I mean, I know I'm probably preaching to the converted, but studying cosmetics it's not about frivolity, it's about a central part of women's identity and women's lives. Jameson also talks about patches, and the way he talks about patches is really quite interesting because he complains about them and he allies them with moles that you might want to get rid of. So you see this kind of elision in his text. He says, I've seen faces from whose features beauty herself might have taken copies, had not nature, studying too much neatness, played the courtesan, and spoiled that which was handsome before by too much patching. Yet more ladies never think themselves Venuses for beauty, except they have some artificial moles through such stelle nebulosae eclipse more than increase the native beauty. So he complains, as you might expect a physician to do, who was trying to sell and kind of natural beauty to women. He complains about patches, because patches draw attention to the fictive nature of beauty and the ultimate futility in the end of attempting to read the body like a book. Oh, this is also Richard Saunders. Also, this is just a reference that came across. Also complains about patching in this physiognomy because you can't read the body in a straightforward way. Okay, so this is very short and sweet, but I'm just going to end by going back to the picture I began with. Often when we discuss women's beauty, and you'll have noticed today, almost like 95% of the sources we use are written by men. And the voices of women themselves can get lost. And our historical imagination can be dominated by the shrill male moralistic voices. And we might find it difficult to hear the voices of women in these paintings. But together, there's been generations of feminist scholars who have built up an understanding of the varied experiences of early modern women, seeing their complex engagement and understanding of the world and their own and others' bodies. So we're going to circle back to Hortense Mancini many years after her sister read her fortune, but before she was to launch her flamboyant life in Restoration London. Her husband, this is a quote from her memoirs, and it's about her husband who's trying to talk to her husband, who she absolutely despises, is trying to talk to her. And he asks her, he says, I'm not going to talk to you while you have patches on your face. And she says, And you can imagine him like this kind of Joseph Rigby figure, you know, giving this message to Alice in the painting that we're looking at, you know, this man going, oh, you're not allowed to have patches on your face. And she just says, I made clear to him that neither had I intended to offend God by that adornment, nor did I believe that I had. He protested for over an hour about it, but when he could see that it was useless, he finally said what he had to say, my patches notwithstanding. So women, just because this moralistic stuff happens, women were not necessarily passive victims. They could talk back and they could use ornament as a way of expressing themselves in a society that was fundamentally often very misogynistic. Thank you.
So the title of my talk builds on some of the things that we've been talking about all morning. And it's fantastic that we have a painting which has taken us in so many different ways. And we've seen a lot of John Bulwer and probably the anonymous R. Smith gentleman talking about the use of patches. And it's clear that Mesospilus, which is a text which is primarily about spotted faces, takes significant amounts of John Bulwer's actual text, simply repeating much of it. And the thing that I want to concentrate on, and to complement what my colleagues have been talking about, is the question of French plasters. We've been talking about patches, beauty patches, or mouche. I want to concentrate on the nature of the plaster and the Frenchness of it. Because when you actually look at a wonder of wonders, or a metamorphosis of fair faces, voluntarily transformed into foul visages, what you see is actually partially the answer to the question that some of you asked earlier, which is, how do you have elite women, particularly, let's say, royal women, who are patrons of some of these writers and artists who are using cosmetics, how do they respond to the accusations of immorality in using those cosmetics? Well, the answer is the tension between, as you've heard, honest beauty and false beauty, between cosmetics which are used to preserve and enhance your health and those which are used to disguise your inner being. So if you look at this detail from Mesospilus, what you see here is an argument that you cover, amend and correct God's work by your black spotting your otherwise fair and well-favoured visages with ugly black spots and loathsome patches and plasters. But here in brackets is most proper to cover sores and scabs, for which purpose they are useful. So black patches for health purposes, useful, moral, appropriate. For any other purpose, appalling, absolutely appalling. Now, I don't have time to go into it, but just to say that there is this constellation of texts in England in the 1650s and 1660s, which deal with women's fashion, women's cosmetics, which actually help to answer some of the queries and questions raised by the painting, particularly some of the racializing issues. And again, like others speaking today, I note that this is very much the language of the 17th century. So, you party-coloured faces, this is still from Mesospilus there, supposedly E. Westfield's poem. You party-coloured faces, not content with nature's skin, nor dresses ornament. Party-coloured, of course, means multi-coloured. Striped, often, is how party-coloured. So, very close association between this particular poem and the painting itself. The maiden's blush shows grace, but sable spot betrays proud, shameless vice that blushes not. The white and red did Eve and Eden wear, but now, God's image lost, black fiends appear. complexion speaks you mongrels, and your blood part Europe, part America, mixed brood. From Britain and from Negroes sprung, your cheeks display both colours, each their own seeks. Some plasters draw corruptions, i.e. the plasters pull out the corrupted humours from within your body to a head. But these yet more corrupt infections spread. There's a lot in that particular poem about anxieties of racialization, anxieties about national corruption, anxieties, as Bulwer expresses throughout his book on the Changeling, about behaviours seen in England, perfectly appropriate in more exotic places, but not translated onto English bodies. But why would you use a plaster anywhere? Well, as we've heard, the number of poxing diseases is at its height in the mid-17th century. Starting from the late 16th century onwards, smallpox becomes far more virulent than it had in the previous century. This is an example of the 16-year-old Grand Duke of Tuscany, Ferdinand II. There are only two surviving panels, one showing him of day 6 of the variolo or smallpox, the other day 9. Very unusual, because of course what painters want to do is to show you that smooth complexion, however poxed you might be. But in order to create a small sense of, and I think you can just see here, this painting of Robert Peake, of Elizabeth Poulet from the Denver Art Museum, is a very tiny little mole suggested, indicating that she actually is being depicted more, quote-unquote, realistically than perhaps other artists might have done so. This is from 1616. But it's not just women, and it's actually particularly not just women who wear plasters, which are usually pieces of black velvet, but not always, which use mastic glue underneath to hold a whole range of concoctions from mercury to herbs against your cheek or your temple, because what you're trying to do is to use them to pull out the corrupted humours from within. Here, for example, are two drawings by the French artist Daniel de Montstier from around the 1630s. One of an unknown gentleman with a patch on his cheek, and the other of a character who is really not an ordinary figure as well. Charles de Créqui, Duc de Lesdiguières, who was an absolutely remarkable character. So he's Charles de Blanchefort, Marquis de Créqui, Prince de Poix, Duc de Lesdiguières, Knight of the Order of the Holy Spirit, Knight of the Order of Saint-Michel, and Marshal of France under Marie de Medici during her regency. Badly wounded on the battlefield in 1621, he becomes the French ambassador to the papal court and to Venice, and perhaps taking some of these ideas with him as he moves across Europe. He was eventually killed at the age of 67 on the 17th of March 1638 during the siege of Cramer, one of the many battles of the 30 Years' War. He has many engravings made after his image, both during his lifetime and afterwards, in which the spot, the patch, or in one, I don't have an image of it, I'm afraid, there's a marble statue of him which actually just shows a hole drilled through his cheek. Now, in his biography, we get no sense of how he was injured, why he was injured, but it's clear that that patch is there to cover up, but actually to stress, to emphasize the fact that he has been injured in battle. So this is not something to be ashamed of or be disguised, but something to be promoted. And it may not be a coincidence that another de Créqui, this is Paul Françoise Marguerite de Gondi, the only child of the Italian Pierre de Gondi, who married François Emmanuel de Bon de Créqui and the Duc de Lesdiguières. She married in July 1675, and that she too shows herself consistently with a very large patch in the center of her forehead. So again, not putting this to one side, not trying to disguise it, not trying to avoid it, but using it as a very prominent identifier for who she is and how she, particularly in these ubiquitous French fashion plates, can be recognized. And in another fashion print, for example, illustrating what a woman of quality should wear as informal summer wear, includes the advice: one also wears patches, des mouches, amongst others, la conti, which one places near the temple. And in this case, this specific mouche seems to have been named after Marie-Anne de Bourbon-Conti, the much-admired daughter of Louis XIV and his mistress, Madame de la Fontange, after which actually the Fontange headdress was also named. So the naming, and obviously I haven't found what the de Créqui or Lesdiguières patch actually is called, specific, but the naming of specific patching after specific individuals to create a specific fashion is clearly underway here in the late 17th centuries. So although we have been very much talking about the moralizing, satirizing tone of being concerned about how devils might come and take you, actually there is a very large practice taking place across Europe of using these les mouches. In France, this is a late 17th century French engraving. On one side, les farinés, men who use powder, flour to powder their hair, women who use mouche. Here's a detail, literally flies in this case and bees to create a stinger. So while it's very easy to get drawn into the sense of anxiety that cosmetics caused, as Jill has shown, actually when you put a physician's medicalizing approach around it, you lessen that anxiety. So here I'll finish with another early 17th century image of an unknown woman with a patch which was sold at auction a few years ago, probably from the circle of Robert Peake the Elder, where again you can see that black patch very much forms part of something that she is not trying to disguise, she is not trying to hide. It very much emphasizes not just her white complexion, but also, and if you go through each and every one of the elements of what she's wearing, from her embroidered jacket to her yellow starched ruff, she is absolutely au point in terms of the fashion of the period. So if you move between the health-giving nature of a patch to, here at the end of the 17th century, a long list of fashionable goods that you could buy from a haberdasher, including ready-made patches. You move from health to cosmetics to fashion to the anxieties that then get overlaid. So one of the questions we need to ask is, if this was a painting which is being addressed as the two women look out of the painting at all of us, it offered a multiplicity of ways of being read, so much so that actually you need, and it's very visible when you look at the painting itself, you need to be told directly in the center. This isn't advice on how to do it, this is advice on what not to do. Thank you very much.
Let's do some questions. Interest in beauty cultures is nascent, but clearly growing. Could you comment on why beauty studies matter? Jill.
Wow. I can talk about my experience of it. I've been teaching in an art history department for the last 20 years. I'm now teaching history. And I was teaching mainly women between the ages of 18 and 22. And it struck me that I spent a lot of time looking at pictures of women that were painted by men, and that we weren't addressing some of the key questions that actually come up in people's lives. I mean, that was really where it started to come from. And thinking about the unspoken things behind some of these images, what we were saying about real people, sometimes how art historians addressed people with non-normative bodies was actually appalling when you start to look at it. And so a lot of these questions just came up from teaching initially. And then suddenly understanding, partly through digitization, that the texts about beauty, about beautification, about cosmetics are massive. There's many, many texts, a manageable number of texts really to do individually. And that's why it's so wonderful that lots of people are working on it at the moment.
I think it's worth picking up on something Jill said in her talk, which is if you go back to ancient sources, Galen, Chalcis, etc., they have significant portions of their text which say, effectively, look guys, you think this beauty stuff is nonsense, but your clients really want it. Your clients are going to ask you for help with their skin, men are going to want to dye their beards black, they're going to be worried about wrinkles. Wrinkles comes up a lot. So you have to deliver what your client wants, and here's how to go about it. And as Jill said, in Padua, in the really from the 1550s, 1560s onwards, there's a suite of lectures as part of the physiology lectures on not just on skin, but also on decorazione, on adornment, which include many of these recipes. And finally, there's a lecturer at the beginning of the 17th century who starts lecturing on the diseases of ugliness, de turpitudine, a guy called Minadori, and actually correcting the diseases of ugliness becomes part and parcel of what the physician is supposed to do. So just as today you might buy cosmetics in a jar that looks like your pharmacist gave it to you, so too taking that pill, taking that potion, and many of these suggestions cross over into the physician's world because they are internal, not external. So some very fine lines are being crossed here.
Yeah, and absolutely. I would add that these things absolutely have a medical basis and they're rational. And I think one problem historiographically is that people have treated these as silly, irrational, frivolous, something resorted to by these desperate women.
I mean, there's been a real lack of seriousness in the study of beauty and cosmetics that's deeply, based in misogyny and sometimes internalized misogyny. And there's also something about these physicians. Some of the physicians are taking over recipes that have been circulating amongst women for a very long time and then kind of medicalizing them. So in fact, you do get instances where physicians say, there was one instance, Marinello, who says, oh, these women, they use salt water to clean their teeth. What do they know? They only know through experience and not through theory. But of course, this is quite a sensible thing to do. So there were just, and Erin's work, I mean, you can talk more about it, but these sticky recipes that show that the kind of recur that work,
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work on recipes over a very long period. So from the Hippocratic tradition through the 17th century, and trying to find what I call sticky recipes. Ones that just stick in a number of different sources, in a number of different geographic contexts. And so I pay a lot of attention to these recipes, and I think, well, there's a reason they are cited again and again in all of these different sources. And so I've been able to work with some chemists and recreating some of these sticky recipes in the lab to find out what their chemical composition is and the impact they would have had on skin. And we did in vivo skin trials of 3 of the recipes and did Raman spectroscopy to analyze the impact on the skin. I was one of the people. There were just 3 of us, and the person analyzing the Raman results was just astonished about how effective these recipes are. So I think that's a point where we're all sort of echoing that this is something that really merits to be taken really seriously today by scholars, and we can point to its scientific efficacy, but also insisting, like Jill and Evelyn, on this really strong, long-standing medical basis of these recipes. Okay, look, I've got a long list. Could we consider the world of material culture in the picture? What is the significance in terms of dress and display?
I'll start, but we've actually heard quite a lot about it. We have to remember, of course, this is a painting, and actually, when you look at it closely, it's quite broad brushed. So whether the artist is actually trying to recreate a specific fabric or just a sense of fabric is something that I think it's important that we don't move away from the fact this is 2-dimensional paint, and then there's a lot of 3-dimensional objects with which the viewers and the artists would have been very familiar with. Pearls are actually incredibly, even pearls, which are perfectly matched, are very expensive and very hard to come by. Many of the images that we've seen throughout the morning are not real. So they are images of aspiration rather than of what you actually own. With a few exceptions of royalty with whom we can absolutely match up the inventories to the images themselves. But what's fascinating is that aspirational sense when you're trying to make a moralizing message. If you look at the picture, actually these women look very special. And you might actually aspire to these different types of new textiles, glamorous hairstyles, pearl earrings, etc. You need to be reminded, oh no, all that will vanish, and the devil will take you, and you will spend eternity in hell. So put your spots to one side.
Yeah, it's very fancy. They're fancy pearls. I mean, people borrowed things as well. I mean, there's a whole kind of currency of jewellery and objects. People made fake pearls as well. I mean, this is something else that happened. Not all of those pearls are real. But I think the material culture of beauty is a whole subject that, again, could be looked at in really interesting ways. I mean, Jen did some fabulous stuff and stripes and the kind of like connotations of stripes as well, because those stripes are quite, if you use 17th century paintings, it is a bit unusual, those stripes. I think that there's lots to delve into. I'd love to see that painting one day. Hey, curators, I'd love to see that painting one day with some of the things that went together to create women's beauty routines with audiences able to say smell some of the perfumes or try some of the creams. I think that'd be really fantastic to bring this whole subject to life.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and there's really interesting research being done on beauty artifacts, Romana Samern's beauty work. One thing that I was struck by, and I love seeing the X-rays, thanks Ed and conservators, I was so struck, I'm thinking of materiality in a slightly more immediate sense with the paint, and I was so intrigued that, of course, you do sometimes, not always, not as much as people say, you do sometimes find lead in beauty treatments to make your skin white. Most treatments don't have lead, but a number of them do. So very interesting that you find lots of white lead in the woman on the right. And when you look at her really close, it's globulally around her eyes. You all would have seen that. But the mercury, wow, that was a revelation to me, because mercury is also used in skin preparations. And so I found that really, really interesting. But there were very strong vitriolic attacks on the use of specifically lead and mercury in skincare. So in a way, these women are physically embodying in paint the materials they should not be using on their skin. Okay, could we consider the important racial aspect of the picture?
So I think one of the things we haven't talked about is the very clear difference between the Bulwer woodcut, where the black figure is racialized as African, and this where, while it's not an identical mirror image, nonetheless the figure is more anglicized. Not completely, but much more anglicized. And that's why I suppose I was so interested in the 1662 poem, which is very much about miscegenation, and then actually it's that kind of mixture of European and non-European, which is what's causing the concern here. So it is the black woman who is making the warning gesture. But is that warning gesture, if you don't kind of be good, you'll become like me? Or is that actually a warning gesture to us, the viewer? Because she is the one who looks out of the frame.
I mean, it seems to me that the black woman is the moral anchor of the painting. And you get this sometimes with, I'm thinking if there's a painting by Paris Baldoni, which is great, it's got that painting, a woman is
That's actually
tattoos on her face, which is certainly related to North Africa, and she's the moral centre of that painting as well. Even though she's presented as not the beautiful one in these very narrow beauty conventions that were very popular in the 16th and 17th centuries, she's nevertheless the person who is kind of telling the viewer how to react. And it's interesting that that is a character that might not necessarily be expected. And I'm quite interested in the unexpected. So for my book, I was looking at poems in praise of black beauty, but you get several of these in the 16th and 17th century. You get several black Venuses as well, which use quality materials like dark wood to kind of really
cameo we saw earlier
as well. So it's not just a simple, straightforward question. This is a complicated painting that seems to be kind of let down really by that awful inscription on it.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're both beautiful.
Yes.
I mean, and if we're just looking at the quality of their skin is, yes, they're patched, but their skin is really smooth beyond the patches. There are no blemishes. They do have features that were upheld in terms of beautiful skin. They both have perfect curls. Yeah. Any other comments about?
So I'm keen to open it up to a wider audience and get comments more broadly. But I think you have to imagine if that inscription had been completely painted over and never been able to be found, how would we read that? And of course, from where I sit, it's not really a Puritan picture, because you're seeing that Richard Royston, the publisher of many of these tracts on artificial embellishment, on the Mesospilius, is a royalist publisher, and we've heard that this is a royalist community up in Lancashire, and you can be a royalist pro-Charles II and pro-Henrietta Maria, but you can also be highly religious and antagonistic towards false beauty.
Right, that's it.
You don't have to be a Quaker to be real.
Let's open the floor. Shall we, Gemma, do you want to take? Here's the microphone.
Lots of questions.
Thank you. Always. Brilliant discussion, you see. Is this? Yeah, it's on. I've just been obviously staring at this picture for so long now, and it's only just occurred to me, and it was one of the pictures I think you put up, Erin, of the actual picking up the patches. And now I'm looking at her hand and thinking, actually, has she just picked up a patch with her finger and is about to apply it to the white woman? Because actually, if you were accusing someone, I think it would be more on finger.
No, I'm thinking by entire analysis.
But yeah, I don't know. It's so very gentle.
So have you ever tried to use a patch?
I have. Yeah. And yeah, you kind of have to pick it up with your finger because there's no other way to do it really. So yeah.
I mean, we should make sure we share this in patch.
Wasn't really a question, it's a comment.
What is may do?
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So this is what you do. Okay, and I'm going to be listening out. I want you to report back to me. You need to get some linen cloth, slightly coarse, and I want you to put it, it has to be in May, so you have to wait a while. Lodge this in your mind. So I want you to put the linen on wooden stakes in the ground, like a decent sized patch in the ground, and come out in the morning and wring out the linen cloth into a little bowl. And you can use it directly on your face and pat it in, be gentle. Or you could then distill the Maydew and have distilled Maydew.
And do you do that every day for the month of May?
I mean, yeah.
I love that.
Oh, mine was only a small comment as well, just to add to the royalist sentiment, which I think we've been talking about, and that Francis Hawkins goes on to become a Jesuit, and Bulwer kind of has more like Laudanist kind of tendency. So actually, a Puritan picture question mark actually kind of becomes a lot more a royalist.
I mean, there is a Catholic tradition of very anti. I mean, they don't. In Italy, they're not loving people put makeup on. The Counter-Reformation tradition, anti-makeup tradition is really significant as well. So it's not that simple.
Yeah,
along religious lines, certainly not.
Misogyny doesn't.
But I think you touch on another really nice point, which is about class. And the kind of dress they're wearing is also the kind of dress that was worn at the Restoration. Well, this is during the interregnum, but they are not in puritanical garb, that's for sure.
This is a comment from Karen Hearn. Who couldn't join us, but she'd emailed me a couple of times, so it's nice that she has a question. Well, she's got a comment, kind of, but I'm going to read it out. It is so interesting that in Dutch, she writes it in capitals, mid-century female portraits, the decision to show black patches always at the left temple was regularly made. This is so different from the British usage in portraits. Patches worn at the temple and permeated with medicinal unguent, is that right? were of course used to alleviate headaches and migraines. In the Netherlands, it seems that this translated into a fashion to be celebrated in portraiture. And I wonder actually, Evelyn, you've done loads of work on this.
So just for those who aren't as obsessed with black patches as some of the rest of us, Karen, thank you for joining us online. Karen Hearn was really one of the tutor specialists who identified this unique form of representation and has written extensively about it. So it's a real honour to have you with us virtually. I think it's absolutely fascinating that a sort of genre of deciding to show yourself in this way develops in the 1630s to 1650s or so, as Karen shows. And it is very distinctive, and it very much looks like a certain group of artists use this as almost a signature way of depicting their sitters. Again, we need to remember this isn't necessarily real, but a trope that's chosen by the artist working with the sitter or the sitter's husband or father, or it's not necessarily under the woman's control. Whereas in the French court community, it's quite clear that it takes on a different genre, and that it moves very quickly from being something that is medicalized into something that is individualized, and actually being known to set fashion and to have different kinds of waters named after you, or perfumes named after you, or ways that you style your scarf. A lot of men style their clothing according to battles that they've participated in. So naming things and changing fashion seems to be regarded positively, even though they're satires, in France in a way that's just simply not true in England. Although you do get, in Holland, you get a really interesting mixture depending on whether you're trying to sell something or whether you're trying to prevent something from happening.
Can you repeat what you said, the difference between netting and selling, and what was the last one you said?
So across Europe, you have the development of, this is really kind of late 17th, early 18th century phenomenon of what are called galanterie shops or marchands de mode, where you can go to Copenhagen, for example, and they call themselves French marchands de mode, and everything is identified with Frenchness. So even though it's made in Denmark, because what you're trying to do is establish in Paris, you're trying to establish yourself as the centre for novel goods. And Colbert, who is the Minister of State, Minister of Economy under Louis XIV, actually institutes patterns of change at least twice a year of what you're supposed to wear in the city. At court, there's a very clear and very expensive set of garments you have to do, which remain relatively unchanged, but you get fashion plates and fashion magazines which tell you how you're expected to change the textiles, change the style of dress, and change your accessories. And you get these fashion dolls which start to circulate, and it really is quite extraordinary how they show up quite far into Prague, Copenhagen, Madrid. So I suppose that's what I mean. And of course then you have the challenges of the English Exchequer trying to prevent the importation and the loss of capital out to their traditional enemy in France. So it's a complicated economic argument, but one where novelty is being promoted. And I think that's what's taking place here in France with these mouches.
Hello. I'm curious about the specific patterns of the patches that we see in this painting and in some of the prints
that people have displayed? Is there an iconography in the beauty that we're seeing in these paintings?
I'm just saying that I can't speak to that actually, because I wonder if because one of some of the astrological things that Jane was talking about.
I would defer to Jane. Would you like to tell us, or Evelyn, do you want to say something?
So again, this happens in the early 18th century, and it's kind of made up. Usually what you get is post-factum explanations. So by the mid-18th century, there are arguments being made in English magazines that the where you wear your patches and the type of patch you wear are politicized. So you're either a Tory or a Whig. There's no evidence for that earlier on. It's a sort of after-the-fact explanation, which may then become true by the late 18th century. The longevity of these things over a century, given that actually they're quite hard to stay on, and you put mastic glue on, you stick them on, and they come off quite easily, but maybe I haven't done it properly. The longevity of them is quite extraordinary. But you found more literary examples, I think.
Yeah, and I think the kind of material I've been looking at is all from the outside. It's all people trying to read and misreading and misconstructing and fantasizing and being satirical, particularly, about what they think someone else is doing when they're wearing patches, where I haven't found anyone saying this is what it means, this is how to encode something in your patches. And I don't know if anyone who works on cosmetics and recipes finds any of that kind of evidence that there's something going in. This is all people looking at.
So you have to realise how pock-marked people were in this period. We only ever see smooth skin on paintings, but if you read descriptions of missing people, if you read descriptions of the Duc d'Alençon, for example, who was a suitor of Elizabeth I, was supposedly amongst the ugliest, most pock-marked men ever to exist, known as the Frog. But the portraits of him are actually show him with smooth skin. And they are very useful for filling up a very, very pitted skin, which, as we know, is not attractive if you've got a smooth-skinned culture.
I mean, you have a smooth-skinned culture to some extent because it's so hard to get smooth skin. Beauty is always kind of tricky to get. I mean, I think in terms of iconography, they're really decorative. The moon and the stars, whether there's something to do with this astrology, I think this is a question that's up for grabs, and that we could probably do with some more research on.
I have, along the same lines actually as the previous person, one of the prints that was shown repeatedly was a woman with a horse and carriage patch, which goes beyond the word patch or spot. So I had a question around, it's almost like a whole pictorial landscape on her forehead. So I had a question about what you make of that, and I also wondered if you could just speak to the fact that we are distinguishing on this painting between black patches and white patches, and whether that's specific to this painting in context, or if you find that elsewhere.
So in the Bulwer the Bulwer volume, this is one of literally hundreds of images of artificial beauty, and the first half of the Bulwer volume is actually an ethnographic review of ear-piercing, tongue-piercing, lip, I can't remember what you would call it, sort of lip bracelets. And there's an appendix called the English Gala, in which there's a comparison made, very negatively, between what exotic practices take place outside of England and then how they were adopted by the so-called English Gala. So we need to to recognise, and actually nobody has done the work that I know of to actually identify where these literally hundreds of woodcuts come from. My own view, but it's just a guess, is that the coach and horses could be aurora, so the sunrise that you get, because it is very planetary astrological there, which is also about the way that often what you're trying to do is to change your astrology by changing the imagery of stars around you. In the 15th century, people who were worried about planetary conjunctions, which might be unfavourable about them, would literally paint a positive astrological sign on their ceiling and go and stay in that room when there was a planetary conjunction that they were worried about. So, but that's, I'm hazarding a guess, because he doesn't explain where this is coming from. He's just cross that it's being adopted by English people.
A follow-up, is there any tradition in just tattooing at this time?
Where do we start?
I mean, there's been some really, really wonderful recent work on tattooing. There's European traditions of tattooing prayers, for example, and carrying messages close to the skin as well, some kind of religious tattooing. And there's also a real fascination with non-European tattooing. They're the two tattoos that people come across in travelling, that is illustrated in some of the 16th and 17th century texts. So there's been some great work on that, and some really interesting illustrations from the period too.
So if you're interested further, there's Craig Kozlowski and Catherine Dodd-Roth have written a volume, an edited volume called Stigma, which just came out last year, which is very much around the Jerusalem tattoos and other ways, because the skin is enormously porous in this. It's conceptualized either as a net, or if you are a mechanistic anatomist in this period, you think of it as a set of fountains, which are sort of pushing stuff out and pulling vacuum-like stuff in. So if you've got a piece of paper or a tattoo on you, actually that is connecting the interior of the body with that exterior force. So there's still a strong view, even in the 1720, when Daniel, Catherine can tell you much more, Katie can tell you much more about this, when Daniel Turner is writing his book on skin diseases, he still argues that a woman looking at a strawberry while she's pregnant will have a child with a strawberry mark. And he can explain it atomistically.
Thank you. Jill, your amazing image of a book stained by hair dye has just got me thinking. I'm going to phrase this very carefully. It's got me thinking about reading at the toilet. And this painting needs to be read. From the image that you showed suggests that people might have had the book open.
Yeah, we saw that.
The painting you showed there.
Yeah, the painting that Erin had the book open, possibly in front of a mirror to see the effects of whether or not this dye was taking hold. And it's just got me thinking about the painting itself and the fact that in the 17th century, as the discourse, the artificial discourse that English of 1662, painting would have been framed like a mirror.
Yes.
And it would have been hung like the painting would have been hung like a mirror. With ribbons. So if we think about this picture, suddenly it's sort of within that context, it's just helping me imagine that.
I think sometimes this is what the great thing is about studying practice, is that it does make you think about how these paintings kind of respond to action and respond to real life things that are happening. And these makeup books that both of us are kind of obsessed with at the moment. I mean, I look at the Italian ones particularly. Marinello's, there are splodges all over so many of them. Writing all over some of them, people say, oh, this doesn't work. They cross out recipes, they underline recipes, they're clearly used, they're clearly in practice. And you're quite right, there's this dialogue between these toilette paintings, which exist in their many hundreds, and these books. And we've not quite got there yet in terms of quite how they interact, but that interaction is definitely there. I mean, you've found this too.
Yes, I absolutely have. And what I'll add about the toilette paintings that I think is, one could pursue this even more. Toilette paintings center above all on hair, not skin, but hair. Yeah.
I have a question regarding recipes.
Slides in here.
There? Yeah. For those of you who have been thinking about recipes, I'm wondering if you found, I've been studying the recipes in the Iberian context, and there are a lot of recipes with mercury, but to my knowledge, very few seem to produce a white pigment or something like it. So I'm wondering if what have you found in that direction?
Mercury is still used in some places in skin whitener. So it would have had an effect, it would have killed the top layer of the skin cells, like arsenic as well was also used in skin whitening. So it would have had, most of these recipes, like as Emma says, that we've tried, we haven't, except for we haven't tried mercury because we're not allowed. Mercury do work. And the same, but it works in a different way to lead in that it works directly on the face, whereas lead is a paint. So lead is would actually make the face paler like a foundation, but you could also put mercury. So mercury was often used as a face mask that you put on overnight in the best I looked at, and lead was sometimes used in those as well, and you would get expected to wash that off in the morning.
And I should say too that lead and mercury are very common in other recipes prescribed for a whole range of skin conditions, as I'm sure you know. Not just for...
They're used for scabies and all sorts. Scabies is very popular. Popular? That's very common.
But I'd like to point out too what Ed said earlier, that vermilion, mercury. Yeah.
We have a question over here.
Maybe now. Perfect. My question was for Jill. I loved when you said that, especially in this period, it is very high stakes to be beautiful, that it could completely revolutionize your fortunes. And I wondered, do you have a favorite example or individual that sort of exemplifies that gain or loss of that currency in this period?
There's several women that you could look to that would suggest this. I mean, the most obvious women are the ones that come from lowly backgrounds and are raised to become mistresses of kings. Even you just take someone like Nell Gwyn would be obvious in the English context. In the Italian context, this is the age of courtesan. It's not just about beauty, it's about a whole swathe of abilities to be entertained, to talk beautifully, to be able to write poetry, all this kind of stuff which comes together as a kind of beautiful demeanour. But also just people getting married, so there's some really interesting and quite chastening kind of descriptions by potential mother-in-laws or potential brides where they look them up and down, they get the girl to undress to her undershirt sometimes, and they report back to their sons, she's very beautiful, she's got a very straight back, this kind of thing. So young women are really assessed quite carefully for potential fertility and also for whether the mothers would think their sons will find them attractive.
And the other thing that's worth saying is that as you increasingly start to get an association, a very public association, between beauty, health and fertility, actually the stakes get even higher. Fascinatingly for men as well as for women. So because a man with distorted facial features or one shoulder lower than the other suggests that there's some internal humoral imbalance. He doesn't have enough heat and therefore he won't be able to produce offspring.
And I'll just say one little final comment. What you wanted above all, if you were about to get married, man or woman, you needed to have good color. And so you needed to have rosy cheeks, so the blood's coursing to the skin. And a lot of us women wear blush today, and that's what we're calling on, really this, again, this idea of the porous body and the inside reflecting, the inner health reflecting outer beauty.
I mean, there's whole handbooks that tell men how to choose women on the basis of their people makeup by looking at their facial complexion.
Yeah. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the closing discussion. This is the last event of the day. And I am delighted to introduce my colleague, Ed Town, who gave us the brilliant opening framing talk this morning, who is going to chair our last discussion, which will be closing by talking to the two curators from Compton Verney, who we are delighted to have come over to join us here at Yale to talk about the future exhibition plans and plans in general, I guess, for this fabulous painting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Gemma, and thank you very much to everyone who has stayed to the end. I am delighted to be here with colleagues from Compton Verney, James Simkis, curator, and Ollie McCall, senior curator, both at Compton Verney. Now, we heard first thing this morning that come the end of this month, the painting will return to Compton Verney, but there may be some of you in the audience that are unfamiliar with the gallery countries. What is Compton Verney? So, Ollie, may I start with you, and you just tell us a little bit about the place and perhaps a bit about its collections.
Yeah, okay. I'll try. Here we are. This is what Compton Verney looks like from the outside. We are an art gallery and museum in rural Warwickshire, sort of about 8 miles from Stratford-on-Avon, and we're housed partially within this amazing Georgian mansion with a modern sort of extension on the side. And Jane and I, as curators, there program and organise our program of contemporary exhibitions, so we do sort of 6 a year of those.
Soon to be 4.
Soon to be 4. We're sort of giving ourselves a bit of a reprieve next year. And but in addition to that, we have 6 permanent collections which we also look after. So we have a Neapolitan collection, works by Neapolitan artists made roughly between 1600 and 1800. We then have a collection of art from Northern Europe, mainly made in Germany or the German states between around 1400 and 1600. We have our portraits and miniatures collection, which covers the period mid 16th century to the mid 19th century. And what else have we got? We've got ancient Chinese bronzes. And then up on the top floor we have our folk art collection, known as our folk art, British folk art collection. That may change. We've just recruited a folk art curator to really kind of interrogate that collection. But I think just listening to all of the fantastic, I did cover them all, didn't I? Yes.
I missed out on the Marks.
Oh, and the Marks Lambert collection, which is part of folk art. The talks earlier, just lots of connections and possible connections kind of sparking off in all sorts of directions, thinking about the 2 women picture, and I was thinking kind of most obviously about one of the works in our portraits collection, which is a portrait miniature of Oliver Cromwell that was painted in around 1657, and is a sort of famous, or a version of the famous warts and all image of Cromwell, and at the moment it's on display. It's the centrepiece of the second room of our current exhibition, The Reflected Self, which is tells the history of portrait miniature painting in Britain, curated with Emma Rutherford. And, we see this image of Cromwell with his very prominent wart, so tying into complexions and beauty image, wearing a suit of armour with his sort of pristine lawn collar, and, it was commissioned at a time when thinking about Cromwell wanting an iconography that could display his puritanical, his moral credentials, whilst at the same time conveying an image of power and, you know, lots of connections to that particular point in history that come up in the collection that relate to the painting.
So lots of possibilities.
Lots of possibilities there.
It's very exciting. Jane, can I ask what the immediate plan is for when the picture comes back?
You can indeed. Can we skip forward a few slides, please? You'll see on the way some of our collections. That's our British folk art collections. And then this is our part of our portraits and miniatures gallery. You might have seen William Sparks at the Met last year. But this is our women's library. What is quite interesting about Compton Verney is we're actually a very young institution, so we're only 20 years old, and basically a potted short story that is that the mansion was in kind of it was a dilapidated mansion. It had been the Georgian mansion of the Verney family, the Earls of Willoughby de Brooke, and it was purchased by Sir Peter Moores, a philanthropist, who basically redid the mansion for the purpose of creating an art gallery, and it opened in 2004, so we're celebrating our 20th anniversary year today. Because he purchased it to be an art gallery, he did not restore it as a kind of period house. So when you come, it doesn't look like a National Trust property, although it does a bit from the outside. So as you'll see briefly through those gallery shots, that certain period features are retained, kind of columns and fireplaces and things, but predominantly it looks like an art gallery on the inside. That is the case everywhere except pretty much our women's library, which is what you can see on the screen right now. And that was restored in 2019, so it wasn't opened at the same time as Compton Verney. But when it was restored in 2019, it was decided that it would be restored as a semi-period room because it retained these very unusual period features, which are these bookcases, which you can see here, and also a dummy surround of a door. If we go to the next slide, you can see there that there are these two kind of fake bookcases on either side of the door. And if you go to these are where Canalettos live. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see a close-up of some of the spines. So these are fake dummy spines, and what you might pick up on is that they are all titles by women, and exclusively. So there are 8 dummy book panel spines around the door, and obviously you can see it's a variety of works by women. We've got Hannah More, there's Jane Austen, Mariah Edgeworth. So this is a really interesting space, and it's a space that normally houses kind of paintings that don't fit anywhere else at the moment, for want of a better phrase. But we are going to be using it as a display space for the next 2 years to display our portrait of 2 women when it returns, opening on the 21st of November, so mark it in your diaries. And the display is going to run for 2 years. It's starting out as quite a light touch display as a way to explore the research that has been done so far and to just place the painting in its context, because I think, as everyone's picked up on today, it's a very complicated painting. It sits in a massive context of print and beauty and war and religious affiliations, and it's a lot to unpack. So the space will house the painting. Our Canalettos will not be in there. It's going to be a specifically an object-focused space. And also there will be 2 books on display in there, which are 2 books that you will be very familiar with by the end of the day. So you'll have Frances Hawkins' text, and then also the John Bulwer, which will be very kindly on loan to us from Trinity College, Cambridge. So that is the initial plans for the display. But we are hoping that, as everyone has untouched today, there is so much to unpack in the research that this is a display that will kind of unfold over the next 2 years. It won't be static and the same for 2 years. we're hoping to bring in new objects, talk about different points of view. The initial display is going to be looking at a lot of Ed's research and research that's been done by the YCBA, the attribution, but we're hoping to bring in other objects, look at beauty, and also hopefully working with contemporary artists perhaps, or local communities to respond to this painting, because it is so complicated and it has a real resonance, I think, with a lot of things that are happening today, and especially in our historical research, and that's something that we'd really like to explore. So a very long-winded answer.
Fantastic answer. Is the plan for the painting to go above the fireplace?
No, so the painting is going to go, if we go back, it's going to go where the two letters are right now, because I thought it's not actually a very large, we're kind of used to seeing this painting on the screen and it looks huge, but actually it's not an enormous painting. And I think it's really important for people to be able to get up close to it and actually look at the beauty patches, get a sense of the materiality of the work, and things like the bulging of the lead white under the eyes, and is that cosmetic? So it will be going where the Canletto is, and then we'll have a variety of interpretation panels, hopefully some quotes from the texts, so that you can really get a sense of the dialogue that is happening at the time, and kind of words from the people who are writing these books and creating the kind of literary and artistic context around it.
Am I right in thinking when the Neapolitan Gallery was rehung that there was some experiential elements to that as well? Is that right, Anne?
Yeah, that's right. So our Neapolitan collection was redisplayed last year, and that was done really thinking about the senses. So it's thinking about Naples as this huge cosmopolitan city, which was a melting pot of different cultures and a sort of meeting point between East and West, and thinking about that as somewhere that could overwhelm and sort of entice travellers who are going out on the grand tour, and sort of bringing back the sorts of works that we have in the collection. So there are sort of depictions of Mount Vesuvius, giving a sense of the drama of kind of looking out across the Bay of Naples. We introduced commissions by contemporary artists, an artist called Aaron McPeak, who made a sort of bell that is cast in bronze, but it was cast from a lump of volcanic rock from Mount Vesuvius. So when visitors kind of ring that, it gives a sense of the bells from the churches ringing across the bay, but also gives you that real tactile kind of sense of closeness to the object. But we commissioned perfumer to create scents that were inspired by Naples. There are kind of music stations that play tunes that relate to some of the pictures, and a sort of play table. So we try always to think about how we can make our galleries less formal spaces and sort of have spaces or invitations to play and engage with the objects in slightly different ways. I think with this work, it's a tricky work in that, well, as we've heard, we've seen sort of the language that was used in the period that it was made. Sort of deals with very tricky issues around depictions of women, around race, and also around social class. So, yeah, I think it's a different approach that we're taking with this work, but...
I was going to say, I liked the comment that was the call to arms from Jill and I think that is definitely a kind of a potential next step. I'm not jumping ahead too far, Ed, but we did create these scents. You can smell a fish market. The smell of Vesuvius is really horrible. I can attest to. But I think something that I didn't mention about the Women's Library is why it's called the Women's Library. And so we have these dummy bookcase finds, but the reasoning is that it's thought to be created by Georgiana Verney, who was the wife of the 17th Earl of Winby-de-Brook. She is very young when she marries him. She's only 28, and he dies 10 years into their marriage. And she's got 7 children and a household to run. And rather than just accepting that that's what she's going to do, she also is very active in the promotion of women's rights, and also particularly in women's education. And so it's thought that potentially this is a kind of salon where she may have held discussions on that theme. And you'll see, can we go one slide back? Sorry, John.
Yeah, of course.
I haven't put it in very well, but the little kind of inserts in the bookcases, the floral inserts and things, are thought potentially to be watercolours that Georgiana and her circle might have made to decorate the space. And there's one of Compton Verney, which I realised too late I did not include a slide of. But I think something that I've really been thinking about a lot today, and it's not purposeful, but now fits really nicely, is obviously the fact that this is a women's space and things that we've just been talking about a place to do your toilette, a place where you come together with your circle of women to consider how you will present yourself to the world, which feels so central to this painting. And then also picking up on what Jane said earlier about the closet of Lady Drury and the positioning of those paintings within a kind of cabinet setting. It all feels like it works really nicely within this smaller, intimate space, and I think it's, after today, it feels like something I'd really like to draw out more, this kind of female space. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. One more question from me and then I'm going to open it up. You've spoken about ways in which you might engage your audiences with this complicated picture. Are you also looking to engage artists as well?
Yes, so we haven't appointed an artist yet, but there are various kind of people that we would like to approach, and I think what's come across over the course of the day is that there are so many rich areas to pick up on, and I think when it comes to an artist's response, I personally don't want to be too prescriptive as to how or what they respond to. So I'm hoping to kind of to reach out to hopefully some well-known artists, maybe some less well-known artists, to see what actually sparks their engagement with the painting, because obviously we're very lucky to be in a room full of people who love to chat about the 17th century, but in order to think about its relevance to the present day, I think actually it's really useful to talk to somebody who doesn't necessarily think about the 17th century all the time, and to see what it is that they draw out. And as you can see, because it is one of the only spaces in the museum that is a kind of preserved space, listed space, we are limited to wall space. So we are also hoping that, depending on what they would like to do, how they would like to respond, that is something that could also spill out into our other collections galleries, particularly our portraits and miniatures collection, where beauty standards are so prevalent. And we have a lot of Tudor monarchs. We've got a portrait of Elizabeth I, but we've also got some 18th century works that look particularly at, we've got beautiful Jeanette Leotard and a Reynolds, and these are all very much also people looking at celebrity, identity, beauty, status, which would act as an interesting foil to this painting. So watch this space is a kind of unhelpful answer.
Thank you very much. My last question to you two was going to be whether or not you had reflected on today and whether or not your thinking had evolved over the course of a series of brilliant talks. But I think you've answered that already. So may I ask our audience to reflect upon that as well, and if anyone has has anyone's thinking shifted dramatically, or even just moved an inch, whatever it is, we'd love to hear from you.
Most people think I'm about to say something. You can say something. It was just that thinking about kind of future directions for research, because I think this is but one chapter closing of a hopefully much longer project, and I think the relationship between print and painting is something that I'd be very interested to look into more, because particularly the connection between painting and kind of medical treatises, prints that are kind of non-fine art prints, shall we say. Kind of, we know a lot about artists responding to prints or repeating kind of motifs that they've seen in prints in fine art paintings, but this feels something different. It's responding to illustrations, woodcuts that are in medical treatises, in behaviour manuals, and I think that I spent most of my time in the 18th century, so that's something that kind of feels quite new to me for this period. And I think it's something that I would like to see. I'd like to see what other paintings kind of have, if other paintings out there can be found that respond in such a clear way to this painting, in kind of those polemic treatises and those more kind of popular treatises. And I think hopefully that's something to consider in the future. So if anyone has any ideas, please contact Compton Verney.
Thank you. This is not an idea. But one of the things that may have been, I wasn't able to attend all the talks, so I'm sorry if it was brought up, but certainly in the talks that I was here for, it hasn't been discussed as the fact that this is a painting that was, quote unquote, saved for the nation. And I wonder if you could maybe reflect a little bit. I mean, it's certainly a painting that 50 years ago probably would not have been saved for the nation, and I think we're all in agreement that it's a really great thing that it is now, under the radar of the export stock. But I wonder if you could just reflect on what that means for what we're saying about the nation, and
I think it's interesting in light of everything we've heard today, how the way in which the picture has been thought about, how it was presented at the time when it kind of rediscovered as a rare or unique example of racial equality in the mid 17th century, seemed to be the kind of prevailing tone of the discourse around the picture when it sort of emerged. And so we know since then there's been so much work that's gone on here at Yale that we've been very lucky to kind of benefit from and be part of, and to see how that's shifted in really nuanced ways. I think we would like to see future research partnerships around the picture develop from here, and sort of active loan programme as well, so that it can be shared more widely with audiences in the UK, and build on our plans for the display in that way. But
I think it speaks to a desire amongst, and I think this is not just British museums, I think this is museums more generally, but of the representation, obviously, and the presence in collections of non-white faces to be on display. Obviously, this painting opens up a massive can of worms in that regard, because whilst it is a representation of a non-white figure in the 17th century, as we've fully discussed today, it's an extremely troubling, quite horrendous depiction. And I think that in terms of trying to make spaces where people feel accepted and where they don't feel that their only representation in those spaces is a negative one, is a challenge, and is something that obviously we're working hard to achieve. And I think that's where we're hoping that community responses, working with contemporary artists, can be areas where we can think more broadly about those questions, and what this painting, as you say, kind of beyond its contextual meaning and its meaning in the 17th century, what it actually means to a 21st century society and a 21st century museum to own a painting like this, to display a painting like this, and to talk about a painting like this more widely. It's an enormous topic. It's also a topic that we need to talk about with a wide variety of voices, that needs to be, as Ollie said, shared, so that it can be shown in different contexts. It can be discussed, by as many people as want to talk about it. And I think this is very much the beginning of something larger, hopefully.
Evelyn, you have a question?
I don't know if you're able to tell us that. What was your thinking? I mean, my Renaissance skin group, we wanted to club together and get £16,000 in bid for the picture, and we very quickly worked out that wasn't going to happen. Could you just walk us through some of the this goes back to the other question about why now, when it came up, what was the thinking behind actually, this is the right picture for this place, as opposed to this is a picture which is available on market?
Ooh, yeah. I suppose neither of us were very closely involved with the discussions that were going on.
I wasn't at Compton Verney at the time.
Jane wasn't with us, and it was slightly happening above my pay grade, I have to say. But I think what was felt at the time partly was that, within our portraiture collection we have this amazing miniature of Cromwell, who sort of normally faces off against Charles I. We have a lead bust of Charles after Bernini, and there's this interesting kind of moment within the collection that relates to the history of the area that we're situated in. It's the Battle of Edge Hill happening a few miles down the road, and so it's thought that it was a good fit in terms of the mid 17th century kind of moment at Compton Verney, but also in relation to our folk art collection, which has several works within it which relate to societal kind of attitudes, and there are works which combine image and text in a similar sort of way, relating to moral attitudes a little later, sort of late 18th, early 19th century. But I think it was really in relation to those two collections that it was considered to be a good fit when it appeared.
I'm also racist. No, I'll just be loud.
I just thought on the back of what Evelyn said that it might be interesting to hear from Ed, who championed the acquisition project for the YCBA to first purchase the painting, which was obviously originally successful at the auction, but then was, export stopped, which then necessitated the sale to Compton Verney. And maybe Ed, if you'd like to talk about your thoughts about why potentially we should purchase this painting and how it might fit within our collections here at Yale.
Of course. So this is clear to everyone. So the Yale Centre for British Art purchased this painting at auction, and we've been incredibly fortunate having this loan from Compton Verney for the last year and a half. So thank you. It's been a privilege to work on this object. The painting did come out of the blue. It's not published. So besides those country life articles that I cited and illustrated earlier, this painting essentially did not exist. So it was exciting, and as a curator, it had, for me, just held incredible potential. And it's events like today that sort of justify, I think, the interest myself and many other colleagues at the Yale Centre for British Art had in this picture. It was clearly going to provoke sort of deep conversation about gender and race, class representation, and it's a painting that operates in a very different way from the vast majority of pictures. So, as I've said, it is like a portrait, but it is not a portrait, and the Yale Centre for British Art has an incredible, almost encyclopedic collection of portraiture. So this painting had the potential to inflect in very interesting ways, not only upon the portraiture within the collection, but also depictions of people of colour. The centre has a number of paintings of white sitters with black and brown attendants, and this picture had the potential to open up the conversation about those pictures as well.
I think an area. Is that on? Hello? No?
I think we're back. Sorry. Another area that I think for discussion, and which I think will open up further nuances, hopefully, if we can ever find it, of this painting, is the one that was noted as being at Stoneleigh Abbey in the Country Life edition. Whether or not it's still there is unclear. I've sent many emails, so if anyone from Stoneleigh Abbey is watching, please email back. There was a fire at Stoneleigh Abbey in the 1980s, which could potentially spell disaster for finding this painting. But the one person I was able to speak to at Stoneleigh before they disappeared into the ether suggested that the majority of paintings in Stoneleigh Abbey were on the ground floor, and the fire mainly happened on the second floor, which gives me hope that perhaps it exists out there. I think it raises a lot of, even if we don't find it, it raises a lot of questions about series, multiple paintings, which I think then links back into the significance of prints. I mean, there's so, not that it's as closely related to the John Bulwer, but there are hundreds of woodcut prints in the John Bulwer. This
might be part of a series, and thinking again about Lady Drury's cabinet room with a number of works set into panelling. Could this be one of not just 2 paintings, but 5, 6, however many paintings would sit within a cabinet space? And I think that also then opens up a lot of its kind of moralistic meaning, and whatever those paintings would reveal, I think would provide a greater nuance. So I think, as you say, kind of on it, I think it's interesting that this has been an amazing symposium focused on just one object, which is so rare. But I think until we find or know more about potentially those other works, I think we're still only seeing kind of part of a much larger jigsaw puzzle.
Speaking of which, I can just...
Yeah, I have a question. I wanted to follow up on something that you both said that I thought was really interesting about what does this painting potentially mean to your audiences, to 21st century viewers, to younger visitors. And I think one of you mentioned that when the painting was first in the press news, when the expert stock was first being reported on, that there was this sort of sense, is this a painting of 2 equals? So I know that we have talked about a lot of the context around this painting, and that a lot has been made of the Bulwer book. But that book does contain a caricature, and this painting is not a caricature. At least, I think, to my 21st century eyes, it doesn't have that quality. It has something very different about it. So I just wonder how you're going to deal with, or what your ideas are for dealing with the fact that, when you look at this painting and engage with it from a visual level, from looking at it, that the black woman has an incredible degree of agency and authority within the painting. She is the active person within the painting. And I wondered, if you have some thoughts about how to bring those 2 aspects together, that, this is not a documentary depiction, this is, there is a lot of negativity around this painting, and yet when you look at it, it tells its own visual story.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that something mentioned earlier was, how different it would be were the inscription, not part of the picture. And it would appear to be a much more sort of equitable and sort of positive picture, I think, were that not there. I think the sort of inclusion of the Bulwer text kind of helps to sort of address that part of the picture, as well as the imagery, the representation of the 2 sitters. And I think also to go back to when the portrait was first, when the work first sort of appeared, there were lots of questions around whether it was a portrait, whether these 2 people could be identified. So I suppose we were thinking about it early on in that way as well. We've talked about, as Jane mentioned, how we introduce other voices into the conversation by working with contemporary artists or writers, or we see a sort of range of responses to the picture which can hopefully help to unpack some of those themes for visitors. Also establishing a steering group to kind of help us to manage that process and think very carefully about how we do interpret the picture. We wanted to create a space at the beginning where really it's the object in focus, so we have a foundation to build.
Yeah. And I think it might be a slightly heretical thing to say as an art historian, but there's the painting that exists in its full historical context, as in the work of the 17th century, and all that entails, and how we look at it as art historians and trying to pull out the nuggets and what do things mean and how it had been seen and where did it hang and everything. But there's also, I think, what anyone, it's also just an image. And I think you can look at that image and you can take from it, as a visitor, whatever you want to take from it. There's nobody stopping you from looking at it and thinking something completely different, or even just having it spark a particular thought, or how one of the women might look to you. Maybe it's not how the artist intended, but that doesn't stop it from meaning something to you. And I think that's where there is value in non-art historical voices talking about the painting, as long as that doesn't kind of mean that you completely take it out of context. But I think there's great value in just seeing it art as any type of art as something to inspire thought. And I think as that's one of the things that I think hopefully working with an artist working with wider voices, communities, that they can take what they want from the painting and run with it and talk about it and talk about how that painting makes them feel. And I think that that's also something not to ignore when you're displaying work like this, or any work.
Sorry, I can't see you, but I'm up here. I wanted to, great question, because I was curious to respond to that. I guess one thing that's really significant about the painting is showing the history that it's tied to and the history of ideologies that were pervasive in the 17th century, but then still are pervasive today. And so I'm curious, it's something that I worry about with people just taking away what they want from the image, is not understanding that these are deep-seated ideologies that we need to deconstruct, that are being constructed in the image. Because I used to work at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and there was this painting that had been cut out of a larger canvas of an enslaved boy, that if we didn't put any label on it, noting that, people could think that he was very well dressed, because people like to dress up people that they enslaved, but he was wearing a silver collar. And often, especially Black visitors would come and see the painting and be like, oh, we were kings and queens, this is so exciting to see. And then they would look at the label, and there was this gut punch of the reality of that he's literally cut from a larger context. And so with this painting, because the government and the committee were so public about the painting being one of racial equality, and the beauty of both sitters can erase the reality that even though we see the figures as beautiful or as not caricaturized, that they are, that the beauty is a caricature, and is meant to show a threat. So there's just a very potent ideology at work, even though the Black figure is very ambiguous as to who exactly she represents, but she's meant to represent a threat.
Absolutely, and I think that's what we, because as you say, it's an incredibly complicated work that with a lot of entangled ideas about race, religion, gender, that when we open the display in November, what we wanted it to be was a very kind of factual display that looks at this research, that talks about the painting in its context, and looks at the fact that it is a very troubling work of art, ultimately, in what it is saying in its moral message, both racist and misogynistic. And I think that is something that we hope to convey to visitors sensitively, and to then build that from that foundation, then to seek further voices to interpret that and to explore it further. But absolutely, it's whilst any work of art can speak to you in any way you want to, as you say, yes, the context is vital.
I guess I have one more question, sorry. So Compton Verney went after this painting and wanted it for the collection, but I noticed sort of early when you mentioned how you're going to show it, that it's a painting that's out of place. I think it's what you said, and so it's going into that room rather than into the other room. So I just wondered if you could speak to that it's both something that works with the Compton Verney collection, but also something that stands apart from it, and how do you feel you will pull those things together eventually?
I think it's going into the Women's Library to begin with because we wanted to give it its own sort of space to inhabit in those first 2 years, as Jane mentioned. And then longer term, I think we have to sort of decide, where within the collections it does sit, and we've got all sorts of ideas about how, our portraiture collection might sort of shift and change over the next few years, and whether it sits in there, or whether there are connections with works in the folk art collection, or maybe there's a display that kind of brings in works from both of those parts of the collection. But I think for the first 2 years we wanted to give it its own space, and then draw out those links with the portraiture collection to find its sort of permanent home.
Yeah, because we're doing something new with the Women's Library. It's never been a display space before, so that is so this is a kind of like a focused display space. So this is a new endeavour in this space, and then I think it's kind of important to say. So we're a really young collection. So the way in which the collection is displayed is, there are many museums in the world that have had, their collections the same way for kind of 20 years. It's not necessarily that long in institutional terms, and I think it's something that we are now, as we reach our 20th anniversary, thinking about the ways in which our collections are displayed. They've historically been shown in their kind of 6 categories, but kind of increasingly we're thinking about how we mix those up, how we bring out different narratives, do all the, as Ollie's kind of touched upon, we have a lot of 17th century portraits in our Northern European galleries, which could easily be in our Portraits and Miniatures gallery. So are there kind of richer stories of visual culture that could be brought out, can we blur some of those boundaries? And I think that this will be a really interesting catalyst for some of those discussions.
I am mindful that we are over time, but I'm incredibly grateful to both Ollie and Jane for participating in this conversation, and to all of the speakers today. Thank you so much for what's been a really rewarding day together. Thank you.